Honorable members, will be seated.
Mr. Speaker, I think that as we resume, I would say that maybe we don't have a quorum, but okay.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7. We do have. Good. Honorable members, we now resume after our adjournment. I would just like to mention that I had communication with Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Andrew Northwest, and she indicated to me that she was not going to be here today because of personal reasons. So we move on to bills. Motion.
Item number 14, motions.
Honorable Representative for St. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the motion standing in the name of the Minister for Health, the member for the South of St. George, who is unavoidably absent, having to perform a very important duty, which, while not more important than this one, is important to the government. And so I beg your permission to present this resolution in his name.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas it is provided by Section 4.1 of the Quarantine Act, Chapter 271, and from here on it will be referred to as the Act, that the Minister may make regulations as respects to the whole or any part of Grenada, including the ports and coastal waters thereof, for preventing danger to public health from ships or aircrafts or persons or things therein arriving at any place, and B, the spread of infection by means of any ship or aircraft about to leave any place, or by means or by any person or thing about to leave any place in any ship or aircraft. Whereas it is provided by Section 4.3 of the Act that regulations made under Section 4.1 of the Act shall not have any force or effect until confirmed by resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is now expedient that the Quarantine COVID-19 Regulations 2020 attached hereto as a schedule be confirmed by the House of Representatives, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to the provisions of Section 4.3 of the Act, that the Quarantine COVID-19 Regulations 2020 be now confirmed by the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, the original Act was formulated as I read here in the resolution, to prevent any infectious disease coming into our country, either by sea or by air, and also to prevent, so that infectious disease coming to the country, in spite of efforts to prevent it, to prevent the spread of infection by any person or thing that could have come in by a ship or by an aircraft. Mr. Speaker, this legislation was formulated in a time and a period when other diseases presented themselves. It covered SARS, other coronavirus, and so on, but it does not cover the COVID-19 disease in these regulations. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are asking permission to amend the regulations so that it can serve the purpose for which it was intended, to prevent disease from coming into our country, infectious disease in particular, and to prevent the spread of these infections. So, Mr. Speaker, the body of this amendment, or the request for this, for the
Honorable Representative Fussin-Mark, I think we're having a technical problem with the microphones. All of them seem to just have gone, and so could we just give a few sec to get it rectified from upstairs? Is back on? Okay, please proceed.
We need to adjourn. We're having some problems, technical difficulties with the mic. Because if you didn't shut off.
Shall I proceed, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are all aware that if there's one thing we know about COVID-19 is that we do not know everything about this disease. The dynamics of this pandemic
Right now.
Could you give us a name? All right. It seems as though we're back in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we see changes in the dynamics of the pandemic. And when some of the experts think that they have it covered, it does something that baffles all of us. And therefore, we must bat in our crease. The presence of the disease in various states and how it behaves is a lesson for all of us. We look at our neighboring sister island, Trinidad and Tobago. We look at further afield. We look at one of our biggest source markets, the United States. While some states in that country are going up, some are coming down. We look at UK, and a few weeks ago I was extremely happy because we're talking to the airlines about them coming in come October. Virgin, British Airways, and even Condor from Germany. And that was based on the risk categorization of that country. It was coming on very nicely. And recently, the word has not been that great, but as said earlier by the member for the South, we are looking at it very cautiously to see what happens. One little spike doesn't necessarily change the whole risk level of that country. And so we have to monitor the data that comes out of the country. But I do hope that it continues to go down. We look at Canada, again, the same feeling of happiness. Canada is one of our significant source markets that Canada had become, was deemed to be green. And so anybody coming from Canada could just come in with their PCR test, be checked in, pick up their suitcase and walk. And again, we're hearing some very troubling information concerning Canada, that their numbers have gone up, not enough for us to change the risk categorization, but enough for us to be looking at it. Mr. Speaker, we are very fortunate and blessed to be in the green category of risk. As a matter of fact, we are in a category with a few countries, 5 countries, that are in the Carriacou bubble. And that includes Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis. The legal minds have it as St. Christopher and Nevis, but just in case we do not all know. So St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, I think I mentioned Barbados already, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada. We are all in this bubble together. It means that we can facilitate ease of travel between these 5 states, member states, for persons who need to travel for various reasons. And some might want to travel for business, but we also hope that we can use that opportunity to maximize leisure travel between these countries, which are very similar, but also have differences that could attract citizens from the different states into each country. And at this particular point in time, I'm holding discussions with the ministers for tourism of the other islands in the bubbles to see what we can do together to stimulate some kind of passenger travel between those countries. Well, Mr. Speaker, so the knowledge, there's a lot of knowledge, but there are a lot of misconceptions, a lot of perceptions, whether to wear mask, if it's important to wear mask, whether it's not. At one time they were saying it must be contact. And now the scientists are telling us it's airborne. And it seems that the science is saying to us, and the scientists are saying, one of the things that seems to stand out, and that most scientists agree on, that wearing masks does reduce the transmission of the disease, and by implication, reduce the number of deaths. They are also supporting very heavily the social distancing. And so some of the things that we take very lightly, I know a number of persons, when they come up to me, they come without a mask or the bandana that they put over their nose and so on. And as soon as you say, well, I can't have a conversation with you without a mask, they flick it out from their pockets. Or some of them wear it below their chin, so it has become a style rather than a means to keep all of us safe. And this concerns me. The social distancing, Mr. Speaker, I know over the weeks and the months when discussions of COVID were at a height and the COVID committee was meeting, we started to loosen up the country as government gave permission for facilities and businesses to open up and do certain things, they would come requesting, we can have the social distancing, we can sanitize the hands, we can do this and we can do that. And many of the businesses, I must say, and I must applaud them, have followed the guidelines that they shared with us and said that they would do. But, Mr. Speaker, very unfortunately, many of them have not. But maybe not many, but some of them, let me clarify, have not. So they have abused the privileges that were given, because we realize that if the virus doesn't kill us directly, if we just keep everybody locked down inside, people might start getting mental problems, there will be financial and social problems and so. And so the government in its wisdom has deemed it necessary to start opening up, cautiously with a lot of guidelines, but start opening up. And what we find is, people find the most, well, I would call it outrageous, because under normal circumstances, it would not be outrageous. We are accustomed with our fetes and the partying and so on. But people who know, who have the guidelines, facilities, and I'm ashamed to say that I represent some of them, tourist accommodation facilities, they have seen it fit to beat their chest and say, we're having something, 100 people, 110 people, come everybody, forget the social distancing, forget the mask, and let us play. We have seen what has happened. We have seen the spikes in many countries. And people say, God is a Grenadian. I don't want to offend my God, but sometimes one tends to believe that. Because I held my breath when we saw the mass gatherings during the jab. But thank God, we have not seen any spike, and God is holding our hands, and I thank him for it. But we have seen spikes in other places. When people went on the beach in Florida, a couple of weeks after, a number of cases came out, and a number of other meetings that were held in various places. So we know that mass gathering does take its toll. Mr. Speaker, we also know that based on the level of risk, we have the bubble, we have the low risk, which we call green, we have the medium risk, which we also call yellow or amber, and we have the high risk. Based on, because some persons say, well, why not treat everybody the same? Everybody is a visitor to this country. But it is also demonstrated that persons coming from, the higher the risk, is the higher the potential to transmit and spread the infection. This act is striving to minimize the income of the disease into our country and also the transmission. And that is why it is so very important. So we also know that behavioral patterns play a significant role in the transmission of the disease. People wear masks, they social distance, they wash hands, less disease. They do the opposite, more disease. So we have the three areas of risk, Mr. Speaker, and the Act will speak to each one of them. The low Carriacou bubble, the low risk, next, the medium, and so on. And many of the changes that I will speak to later on have reference to that. How many days you quarantine somebody for, whether you quarantine them for longer or for shorter. But also, Mr. Speaker, which tests you do. We have found that since COVID came in, early in 2020, a number of tests have changed. We started off on rapid tests was the gospel for us. And now it's PCR. And now we know that a number of businesses and entities are looking at other tests. So maybe in the next few weeks, next few months, I know we're looking at the saliva test, and CAFA is looking at it to see if it's just as good as the PCR, because people would love that. The airlines are begging us, please do the saliva test, but we must do the due diligence on that test before we can say yea or nay. Our primary goal is to keep our nation safe, as that act says, keep our nation healthy. But the test will change. The number of days you keep somebody in quarantine based on the scientific evidence will change. And a number of other things. So these are variables that if we were to do that, going back to what the resolution says, where we have to come to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we have picked up on our pace in coming into Parliament. We will probably have to come every day because, you know, there's a frequency with which these things take place. So what our legal luminaries and our advisors have told us, perhaps we should leave the decision to the minister and Minister for Health and his scientific, the doctors and so the team that supports him, so that from time to time they can change certain regulations without having us necessarily come and have the sitting in Parliament. Pardon me, the Minister in Cabinet. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. The minister, and minister here means minister in cabinet. It means that, and it, as was said before by the member for St. George Northwest, that cabinet has to approve. And I want to re-emphasize that because it's the COVID committee, the new COVID construct, comprised of persons with the scientific knowledge, working with the minister in cabinet. And therefore, the approval must come from cabinet. Yet we hear people doing things, and they say they got approval, but we can't hear who gave them the approval. And so I want to support the member by saying cabinet, the buck stops with cabinet to give the approval for certain out of the ordinary things, and that cabinet in its deliberation is advised by scientific information, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is, how do we prevent it? What do we do? How harsh can you be? How strong can you be? How soft can you be? How do we prevent the spread in our country? How do we bring our Grenadians home at the same time? Because we have brought in quite a number, but we still have others waiting out there to come in. How do we revive the tourism industry and return the 4,000, 5,000 persons who directly are employed in the industry, and a number more thousands who are indirectly employed? The fishermen are balling out. No place, no local market for fish. The farmers are crying out because many of the hoteliers purchased things from them, and so on, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am in the heat of it speaking to the legal persons. Sorry, not the legal persons, but the airlines. They want to know whether they have to have that invasive thing go up in their nose every time their crew come in. The cruise ships want to start coming in, and some will even start before the end of the year. And they're saying that they might just take their people off the ship in their boats, their own boats, so that there's very low risk for contact, physical contact. And they want to bring them on a beach. Let them have a little fun, maybe. We'll have some drums and dancers way back so that they do not touch, they do not have contact. And we keep dialoguing to see how we can jumpstart, how we can get the economy going, bearing in mind that sometimes the revenues are 50% and under of what we used to have before. So, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be business as usual. The reality is we need to be safe, but I also know that no tourist would leave their country and come into Grenada to stay locked up in a room for 14 days or for 10 days and then just turn around and go back and say, I had a time in Grenada. So we have an onerous task to balance between both issues. How do we keep our country safe? How do we keep visitors safe? And how do we start back an economy or the tourism and industry that benefited so many people? I do not believe the answer, Mr. Speaker, rests in all of us hiding. Keep the borders open. Don't let ships come in. Don't let aircraft come in. And let us lock ourselves in our room. I do not believe that that is the answer. And, Mr. Speaker, the details of this resolution seek to answer just that. How long can you reasonably keep people and so on? All of this question, Mr. Speaker. So, based on the level of risk, the days will be longer, the quarantine will be tighter, the monitoring will be tighter and so on. We will be talking about the geofencing watch that can monitor people's activities. I note that the geofencing watch was very effective in raising the alarm, the red flag, that some persons they were given a perimeter or a circumscribed area in which to operate, that they had stepped out of that. And it seemed to be working very well, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we have two instruments that could help us in monitoring activities. That would be the app that everyone is required to download before they come in, or certainly when they come in on the device, the phone, and also the geofencing watch that could help us, especially as we look to bring some measure of satisfaction, especially to our locals who want to self-quarantine. I have my own house. Nobody lives there. How can I go to my house and spend the rest of the quarantine, where they'll be more comfortable and maybe financially a little bit better off than staying in a approved government facility? But everyone who comes in must go into an approved government facility for the first 48 hours or so, as determined by the minister in cabinet responsible for health and his team. So, Mr. Speaker, we have removed, the legal advisors have removed the figures, how many days, what the name of the test, whether it's PCR or not, because as science changes, the name of the test will change. And as things happen, we hope we can get a vaccine, things can happen. We may not need to quarantine for that long. So based on the number of uncertainties, the main aim of this is to make it more open and flexible so that the changes can be made without us necessarily having to come into Parliament. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I present this resolution for approval of this Honourable House.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Mark. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe from day one, since March, April, we were talking about the coronavirus and how serious it can be. And I believe on the first debate that we had in Parliament, I spoke about the one that we had 100 years ago. We had phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and it is, Mr. Speaker, that what was said and what I read, that the same debate that we're having today, it's the same debate that was held in 1920, 1920, about the Spanish virus. But, Mr. Speaker, I am standing here today and I am thinking that I have looked at our disposition here in Grenada over the past few months. And I ask myself the question that some of the trappings that we have seen, where did it come from? And how did it, come to this, that we are here today in terms of this resolution? There is always the quarantine resolution, I think, of 1987, and maybe we're putting some teeth to it. And this is the government's second attempt at bringing some semblance of order to our description. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to your attention here a particular issue. And it was an article on CNN. And it says here, elites are flouting COVID restrictions that could hurt all of us. Elites are flouting COVID restrictions that could hurt all of us. And Mr. Speaker, it went on to say here, the EU Commissioner, Phil Hogan, was asked to resign after he went on a golfing trip during the time of restriction. Ireland, Minister of Agriculture, was asked to resign after she too flouted COVID restriction. It says here, the New Zealand Minister of Health was asked to resign too when he took his family to the beach when there was restriction on COVID-19 here. And then it says, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Chief Advisor Dominic Cummings, came under fire as too for driving up and down England with his wife while she was suspected of having COVID-19 restriction. Mr. Speaker, these apply to our Commonwealth brothers and sisters. I look in Grenada and I saw for the event that was surrounding Carnival and the level of disrespect that was shown in terms of to the Prime Minister and to other ministers and like nobody's business. But I asked the question, in some instances, didn't we create that atmosphere? When we say there is no carnival, and then we come and we say we're doing it virtual, and the picture showed that there were some people in VIP, no mask, no social distancing, so we let the jab loose. Who's held responsible, Mr. Speaker? Nobody. Then when I go home to Carriacou, they tell me just the week before that, we had a mini regatta. When again, we should not encourage assembling of that nature. Who was held responsible? Nobody. If the atmosphere is set for such things, Mr. Speaker, then we will suffer the outcome. But, Mr. Speaker, moreover, what is pointed here, we must lead by example. I heard the member for St. George Northwest said this morning he ain't going away, and he did not give, or the government did not give anybody approval to do any of this. But, Mr. Speaker, all over Grenada, even in my constituency, I did not go out. Usually for Carnival, when I go home on a Friday evening, I don't come out again until Wednesday morning. But I saw there were jab in my constituency. And when you investigate as who was leading it, you wonder. Respectable people who were in position of authority and who are up there helping to create that atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, and I pray God that I said that I just hope that we did not have one case of COVID-19 anywhere in those crowds. Because I go back to 1919 in Philadelphia. One man came in with the Spanish flu, and they had a big parade and carnival. And what we say? All hell break loose from them. It is still not yet fully understood how the depth of the Spanish flu was in terms of the amount of people who died. They say between 40 to 60, 75 million people. Look at what is happening today, Mr. Speaker. Like the member said, our closest trading partner where most of our tourists come from. Maybe, and we hear in the news that they did not take it seriously or they try to downplay it. But today what we see happening in the United States is almost approaching 200,000 people dead because of COVID-19. Over 7 million people contracted the disease. in terms of the world population, Mr. Speaker, we are still there. And as I said before, and I will say it again, we cannot say here in Grenada that we are COVID-free unless the world is COVID-free. So we have to take these things into consideration. But, Mr. Speaker, if I turn to the resolution that is before us, that is what I have to speak about here. There are some things here that concerns me that I would have to ask about. The geofencing watch works well, technology, GPS positioning, so we know where everybody is, and the alarm can go off when you step out of the particular perimeter. But I see, Mr. Speaker, the geofencing watch would be applied and at a cost of $25 per day. If you are quarantined for 14 days and you have it on for 10 days, it means, therefore, that at the end of the time, with whatever other costs that you would have to incur, you would have to pay the $25 a day. At 10 days, that is $250. So the cost of having this to the private citizen will be $350 to $250. That is the cost, 10 to 14 days. But my question is, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, is it the government that is running or in control of the geofencing watch? Is it a private company? Do I get to keep the watch after I pay $350 for it? Or it was on me for 10 days or for 14 days? Do I get to keep it? I mean, there must be, I am in favor of good business. But if we have visitors into Grenada and a plane load come in, then somebody is in line, if it's not government, to make some monies too. Somebody will make some monies. So I'm looking at part of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question about the PCR test. I do not know, maybe somebody might be able to enlighten me, but I understand that, well, the PCR test is the test that will really verify if a person contracts COVID-19 or not. We see that the rapid tests have its limitations, its shortfalls, false positive or false negative. It can be repeated over and over again. But, Mr. Speaker, the PCR test, I think I heard that it was $410 per test. I see here that coming into Grenada, you would have to get a test at least 7 days prior you coming in. And you should be tested negative to come in. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, if you come into Grenada and you are asked to quarantine, my question is, we are not immune to contracting COVID-19 at any time. And this is why I look at this piece of paper here. It gives a waiver, a liability agreement that the government is not responsible. If you are in quarantine and you develop COVID-19 in quarantine, Mr. Speaker, it can happen. Because when you look at what took place, my heart goes out to the healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, the contact tracers, and everybody involved. Because since the year started now, we have lost thousands of healthcare workers. Not by their own doing, but because when they were carrying out their duties, they contracted COVID-19. But they continue to provide service, even in the face of death. But, Mr. Speaker, it says here that if you are going under quarantine and you come from certain specific area, you would have to do a PCR test to finalize that you do not have COVID-19. And then you too will have to bear the burden of that cost of the PCR test. But my question is, Mr. Speaker, I am placed in quarantine. God forbid, by some reason or the other, I contracted COVID-19 from one of the healthcare workers. The burden is still placed on me to do my PCR test. And, Mr. Speaker, let's open up the door a little bit. If I contract COVID-19 under any circumstances, it's not just for 14 days. I have seen some people that were in hospital because of COVID-19 for a month, for 2 months, for 3 months, for 100 days. If I contract COVID-19 and I am hospitalized or I'm under the healthcare system here, and I have to do a PCR test every 7 days, at the end of 2 or 3 months, I would have to stand the cost of each of those tests. Moreover, I didn't come in with it, but I caught it while I was in quarantine. So you're telling me now that the government is not liable. I have to pay the cost of being quarantined or being under care for 3 months because I have to do the COVID test every 7 days. Now, the question I ask, how fair is that to me when I came in healthy, but just perchance? And we cannot say that this is hypothetical because it had happened before, and it may happen again. And these are the little things that I see that we have to tweak so that we have to understand how to treat our citizens in terms of the care while they are there. I mean, one cannot be too careful, Mr. Speaker, because some people that contracted COVID-19, they would tell you they don't not even know how. Because again, it is highly contagious, and I pray to God that we keep the status quo in Grenada. But even so, Mr. Speaker, while we are keeping the status quo and we have to open up, it means, therefore, the possibility exists that it will come. And when it comes, if this resolution helps to alleviate some of the spreading of it, then that is good too. But what I am saying, let us look at the details in there to see how we treat people who just perhaps or perchance may have contracted within the scope of what I am saying here. Mr. Speaker, on another note too, in terms of the risk, because this here, it did not just say it say as respect to the whole or in part of Grenada. So it is not just people that coming in via the ports, but it's for the whole of Grenada. And this goes to some questions that I still have outstanding in terms of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I must applaud the government in terms of reopening schools. But even so, this year will apply maybe to the school area. And Mr. Speaker, I have a young one. So I had to go to PTA meeting via Zoom. And some of the questions surrounding the opening of schools could not be answered because the school is prepared, they have the room for isolation. And the question is asked, if any symptom is shown, your kid will be isolated and will be placed there. The COVID team and both parents and COVID team will be called. But the parent want to find out, will they have to pay for the test if the child is isolated? If the child is isolated and the test negative, then will the parents still have to pay? In a case you go into a classroom, a child is tested positive for COVID, even though there might be social distancing, will the entire class have to be quarantined and to be tested? These are some of the questions that were not yet answered. And so it still leaves parents kind of baffled as to what they should do. Should I go with the blended approach? Should I keep my child at home? Should I educate them at home or teach them at home? I am not blaming the government for this position. But what I am saying, there must be some form of resolution so that people can rest at ease, especially in terms of testing and in terms of the cost of testing. Because, like I said, if I come in and I come in whole and I catch it, and if I have to pay for the bills that surrounding me, maybe after a period of, say, 3 months, I could be in debt of tens of thousands of dollars for care and for testing. And this must be looked at too. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that as we go, a lot of things will change. And something that concerns me too, that as we move, I think the member for St. George Northwest mentioned that that position might be here until we get a vaccine. But Mr. Speaker, through you, the talk of vaccine these days is where the world is going now. A couple of days ago, one company scrapped the third phase of the vaccine because it was not working out right. And the race for a vaccine, will we put science aside now and try to get vaccine as soon as possible? We have seen it happening. I mean, in some parts of the world, they were trying to see if they could get it in October. Fast forward the third phase. In another country, Mr. Speaker, in Russia, they talk about the vaccine is ready. The Sputnik 5 vaccine. And Mr. Speaker, we see AstraZeneca, the third phase, they pull it because there was some adverse effect. Now, mind you, as the member for the South said this morning, in some cases, vaccine works well. But what I am saying, if we have to introduce it, we must let the science speak. In that today we are here, we are smallpox free because of vaccine, because we created the vaccine. But should I say we are smallpox free? Not really. I think they do have a reserve in Russia and in the United States so that when the time comes, they can weaponize it and release it. And that is how it was not destroyed, Mr. Speaker. The Russians still has a reserve. The Americans have a reserve of smallpox. But globally, it is gone. And this is where, even today, COVID-19, and this is where we talk about biological weapons. But, Mr. Speaker, in moving forward, and this is why I am looking at it. Will we come back to this House again, Mr. Speaker, if a vaccine is ready? Would we have to get another resolution, or will Cabinet or the Minister determine whether or not people are compelled to take such a vaccine, if such is the case? Because in some cases, you might be thinking, I may not be able to travel, I may not be able to eat or drink unless I take the vaccine. And these are some of the things that bother me in terms of the powers that be and the powers that can float around the place in terms of the control of COVID-19. Yes, I know we want to get back to normal. Yes, I know we want to get back to where we were as a people, as an economy, and being free so that we can let our people to be moving again. But I do believe if we tread, Mr. Speaker, I say we have to continue to tread carefully. And in this whole thing, I do believe we must set the example so that others can follow. Not do as I say and not as I do. So our people will be looking at us, and our people will continue to look at us to see our disposition, and they will reveal us when the time comes. So, Mr. Speaker, I look at it, and for the concerns that I raise, I hope it is worth something and it can be looked at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable members,
something like that.
Honourable Representative, St. George Northwest.
Mr. Speaker, stand, of course, to support the resolution as it was appropriately explained by the Minister of Tourism, deputizing for the Minister of Health, and pointing out the necessity for us to have this resolution so that we won't have to be back here at every time there is a need for some change in regulations to manage this important pandemic that is engulfing our country and, of course, the world as a whole. I think, as was clearly articulated already, and I think over the period of time we've spoken a lot about what we are doing and how we are protecting the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of the quarantine and cost related to quarantine and tests. The issue is the government is clearly faced with an enormous problem. All governments throughout the region, of course, and the international community, faced with serious drop in resources because the same pandemic is responsible. And of course, it has clearly affected countries who depend heavily on tourism. Probably has its biggest impact is on the tourism sector, whether it's the airlines, whether it's the hotels, all of the related tourism activities. So it's a question of how do we meet the challenges that we face. With dwindling government resources, the government cannot take responsibility to pay for tests. I think it has to be clearly stated. Government, someone wants to come to our country, it is clearly stated that you have to get your PCR test. It's like you have to come to a country, you must get to an airline to get a flight. If the flight is costly, you decide whether you can travel or not. So if you have to pay for a test, you decide whether you can afford it or not. And that's the nature of what you're doing. So a government will not want to take responsibility for paying, although I didn't hear that word, I only heard the question about suppose somebody have to stay in for how many days or weeks. What will happen with the cost? The pandemic and related costs has to be treated like anything else. People that go through dialysis, it costs them a lot of money. It's very prohibitive for any family to support or an individual with dialysis. In situations like that, those who can afford it pay accordingly, and those who cannot have been given support by government and, of course, non-governmental organizations and charities. So this is a situation where if there is a cost factor related to someone who has to go through this process, then clearly that the whole question of how you deal with it has to be dealt with in the context of all the other programs that government has initiated, whether it's needy assistance program and other programs. So whatever government can afford. But the fact is, if you can afford it, then simply you have to take care of that responsibility. I have consistently said that no government, particularly in our region, is able to meet the cost of services for the entire population in anything. That's why clearly this government, even when in opposition, the party in opposition, did not support free school book for everybody. We said those who can afford to buy the books should buy. And the government has a responsibility to make sure the child who cannot pay for the books is certainly given the support. So that, like everything else, the cost, this pandemic has posed enormous burden on all individuals and all countries. So we have to meet the challenges related to it. A question of a vaccine, as was mentioned a while ago by the leader of the opposition. The harsh reality is this government consistently has relied on as much information from science. I don't think there's anyone who would question that, because this government has moved swifter than most governments when the whole issue of this virus came about. The pandemic started, and because we understood what the science was saying, and the science has never said that you understand everything about this. The science has always said, we don't know a lot about these things. There's a lot of guessing game in the scientific community. There's some basic principles that have been understood. That's why they say, wear a mask, social distancing, wash your hands, and other parts that you're exposed regularly. That they tell you they're sure that has reduced the pandemic considerably in most countries, not most, all countries. But they cannot tell you all aspects. So many of the vaccines that have been on trial, also of course being produced and being tested, have to go through a rigorous process. 3 stages of testing thousands of people. That is the process. And that's why when some want to see a vaccine in a few months or a few weeks or a year, the real persons that understand how these things are done over the years know that it's virtually, it's risky to be able to force a vaccine on a population, because in the one of the most exciting prospects was the vaccine originated in Oxford, Rendezvous or something like that. And everyone is expecting, in fact, the American government has spent millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in supporting the program. But in the 3rd stage of trial, one person got sick. Not a lot, only one. But one person developed some spinal problem, and they said, well, look, let's halt. In other words, although it's one, it's still one, but it's still important. You never know what will happen. You're going to put that vaccine in the public and producing it as a company. The next thing, various illnesses develop. So people are going to be going through this testing period. That's a normal thing. And that's why I've constantly said, if there is a vaccine that has been proven to be effective and safe, we have already indicated and put ourselves in line with the organizations like European Union and others who are supporting in our countries like ours. So if a successful vaccine comes on stream, we will already be in line to get some of those vaccines as quickly as possible. We'll be ahead of a number of countries because of the initiative we have taken. But we don't know. And that's why we tell people, be careful. Do not drop our guards. Because I'm very concerned. Mr. Speaker, I just came from a funeral, and I must say, it was at the Trade Center, and almost everybody was wearing a mask. Most people were. But not only that, there was social distancing. The chairs were appropriately placed so that people were not very close to each other. If that sort of methodology is used consistently at funerals, and I don't think it has been so, I don't think we should have a lot of worries. But I think sometimes we get so relaxed that we drop our guard, and that's my fear. Drop our guard, over the last few months. My fear is that we should not depend on luck. We should take the necessary precautions that we have to take. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's in order for all of us to give strong support to this motion, which of course would mean that we won't have to be back here regularly just to do make changes that are necessary because of the situation that we are confronting. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I support wholeheartedly this motion.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. George Northwest. Honourable Representative for St. Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank two members for their contributions. I must say that I would have liked to hear my good friend and colleague, leader of the opposition, being a little bit more supportive rather than just picking the weaknesses. I would have liked to see him a little bit more balanced, because I am convinced that this is a national issue and we need all hands on deck. So while I appreciate the singling out of the shortcomings, and if they are, it is our responsibility to accept it and to look at it. But I was listening to hear a little bit, some support, because there are times when we do not have to just pick the negatives, but begging my brother to give support. I just want to mention the geofencing watch. One of the benefits of that is that it allows people to go home. And when Grenadians come, they want to go home. They do not want to spend 10 to 14 days in a quarantine. And if the maths is done, you will find that it's much cheaper for them to go home, especially when it's families, be able to cook their own food and take care of themselves, rather than stay in the 10 to 14 days, because somebody has to meet the bill. And we heard the member or Minister for Education talk about the computers, while others are wondering and they're begging. This government has put its money where its mouth is and has purchased, in a COVID time with reduced revenues, purchased those computers. We heard the member for St. Patrick East talk about the vouchers. When people came to me a few weeks ago, I tell them, based on what is happening, I don't think government will be able. But again, the Minister for Finance and his team, they work some magic. In spite of giving 40% support, payroll support to persons working in private sector, they were able to do that. We have never been short of reagents or whatever, the testing kits, from since the COVID started. We have always been on top of it as a government. Should anybody who went to hospital or had to be checked, were checked free of cost. But there has to be a limit to the freeness. And, while we would know that there are some people who would have some difficulties, the point is this government, with all that it is doing, cannot give tests free, especially for visitors who want to come, or maybe even persons who went abroad. They should have a little change somewhere set aside. But if we're talking about cost, it is cheaper, far cheaper, to have a geofencing watch that allows the technical people to monitor and keep this nation safe. If we send them out without a geofencing watch, it is going to cost this nation and maybe the individual's family much, much more. So I wholeheartedly support it. I know there's a cost of $25, but the maximum so far for being in quarantine is about 10 days. That's $250 EC dollars. That's less than one night in a reasonable hotel. So it is not as costly as it may seem. So let's not create that kind of fear and that kind of thing to take it, because this is going to make the difference in us saving lives. And we have done well to implement that. In Canada, what they're doing, they have people calling people. We're checking to see if you're home. And if we don't hear an answer from you within the next 24 hours, and they come, the police, everybody come right there and pick you up in the home. So I think it's a good innovation. The cost of the test was spoken about. I just wanted to say that there are forms that the member also alluded to be downloaded, and they can be signed and uploaded before the visitor comes in. It's a health declaration form, waiver of liability agreement form, public health location form, and the passenger home quarantine application form. And of course, I am happy to see that we were advised to have the waiver of liability agreement. I know the member would not like to see government held liable for everybody who tests positive in a quarantine facility. No government will be able to withstand that, and it has not happened in any country. Mr. Speaker, I now would like your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir, to speak to the number of areas. Some 28 changes have been made, and I seek your guidance as to whether we should break them down by listing, dealing with the normal procedure for each one, or whether it would be easier for me to just list all of them, and then you throw the question to this August body for the approval of this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
That was part of the schedule that you have?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Just proceed.
All of the changes under the schedule.
Proceed with it one time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's just a reminder that Section 4.3 of the Quarantine Act provides that in conforming any regulations, the House of Representatives may make amendments which it may deem desirable. And this is what we're attempting to do now. So the amendments for the schedule are recommended as follows, Mr. Speaker. In Regulation 2, the definition of PCR test, rapid test, and quarantine authority should be deleted, and the following definition should be inserted. Prescribed test means a test conducted to diagnose whether a person is infected with SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 as prescribed under Regulation 10. The second recommendation is that in Regulation 2, the following definition should be inserted. A business day excludes Saturdays, Sundays, and bank holidays. Government-approved place of observation and isolation includes a hotel approved by the Ministry of Health. Prescribed period means a period prescribed under Regulation 10. The third one, in Regulation 2.7, Subregulation 8B, and 8 Subregulation 8B, the word calendar should be inserted before the word days, wherever it appears, except in the definition of a business day. Fourth one, in Regulation 2, in the definition of the term COVID-19, the words AM, infectious disease, should read AN, an infectious disease, to correct a typographical error there, Mr. Speaker. The fifth one, in Regulation 2, in the definition of the term high-risk state, the words more than 60 should read not less than 60, so that would include 60. If we just say more than 60, then 60 is left out. Wow. Wow. Number 6, in Regulation 2, in the definition of the term medium-risk state, the words more than 20 should read not less than 20 to again rectify the same problem, to include 20 in the threshold. Number 7, in Regulation 6, Subregulation 1A, the words a PCR test not more than 7 days should be substituted with the words a prescribed test within this prescribed period. As tests may change as time goes on, we were advised that this would be a better terminology than to list the test and then having to come back here to rectify that. In Regulation 6, Subregulation 1B, the term PCR should be deleted. In Regulation 7, Subregulation 1A, the words a PCR test not more than 7 days should be substituted with the words a prescribed test within the prescribed period. In Regulation 7, Sub-Regulation 1B, the term PCR should be deleted. In Regulation 7, Sub-Regulation 1C, in paragraph 1 or I, the word "and" after the comma should be deleted. Subparagraph 2 should be substituted with the following paragraph: subject himself or herself to mandatory observation and isolation for a minimum prescribed period. And 3, subparagraph 3, remain in a government-approved place of observation and isolation for a prescribed period, being the portion of the period of mandatory observation and isolation under subparagraph 2. In Regulation 7, Subregulation 2, in the chapeau, the word "first 48 hours of the mandatory observation and isolation" should be substituted with the words "prescribed period" under Subregulation 1C, subparagraph 3. In Regulation 7, Subregulation 2A, the word "another" should read "a." In Regulation 7, Subregulation 2B, the words "if is suitable" should read "if it is suitable," and a comma and the words "or at a government-approved hotel at his or her expense" should be inserted with the words "other persons." In Regulation 7, Subregulation 4, the words "rapid test" should be substituted with the words "prescribed test." In Regulation 7, Subregulation 5, and 7, Subregulation 6 in the chapeau, the word "rapid" should be deleted. In Regulation 7, Subregulation 6, subparagraph A, the word "of 48 hours" should be substituted with the words "prescribed period." In Regulation 7, Subregulation 6, subparagraph B, the words "PCR test" should be substituted with the words "prescribed test." In Regulation 7, Subregulation 7, and 7 Subregulation 8 in the chapeau, the term "PCR" should be deleted. In Regulation 7, Subregulation 8, subparagraph B, the word "PCR test" should be substituted with the words "prescribed test." In Regulation 8, Subregulation 1, subparagraph A, the words "of a PCR test not more than 7 days" should be substituted with the words "a prescribed test within the prescribed period." In Regulation 8, Subregulation 1, subparagraph B, the term "PCR" should be deleted. In Regulation 8, subparagraph 1, Subregulation 1, subparagraph C, in subparagraph 1, the word and the comma should be deleted.
Honorable Representative, I realize that we each have copies of this schedule. And since we have the copies and that is the schedule, I will save you some time.
Mr. Speaker, I am so happy. I did ask before, but I was told I had to read it all out. So I yielded, but I thought it was a lot. Because we get the gist of it. It is to remove specifying the test, remove specifying numbers of days and so on, so that these things can be changed in short order without us having to visit you. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and so I submit the resolution for its passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Representatives, the question proposed is that pursuant to the provision of Section 4.3 of the Act, that the quarantine COVID-19 regulations 2020 be now confirmed by the House of Representatives. Honorable members, the question is that pursuant to the provision of Section 4.3 of the Act, that the quarantine COVID-19 regulation 2020 be now confirmed by the House of Representatives. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Regulation is now part of the law.
Item 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have just graciously afforded us the amendment so that we can shorten the normal procedure. And so I'm happy to propose to this Honorable House that the bill for an act to consider the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill be not taken at this sitting.
The Honourable Member.
According to the resolution, should have been as amended.
Honourable members, under the item bills, it was the motion. Oh, this is for the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, just one item here. Under the motion, that should have been as amended. Should have read as amended. So I would again put the question so that we get it right. Honourable members, the question is that pursuant to the provision of Section 4.3 of the Act, that the quarantine COVID-19 regulation as amended of the 2020 be now confirmed by the Honourable House of Representatives. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now we move to bills. That the Public Finance Management Bill be debated another time. Honourable members, the question is that the Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2020 be debated another time. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 16, request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the adjournment of this Honourable House sine die.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that this Honourable House now stands adjourned. Leader of Government Business.
Leader of the opposition.
Oh, Leader of the Opposition, sorry. Leader
Thank
of the
you,
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this adjournment, there is a few matters which I want to bring to the attention of this Honourable House. A couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, maybe a few days ago, you submitted to this House the benchmarks that was done by the Commonwealth Parliament Association. And Mr. Speaker, I take to reading it. And Mr. Speaker, I went back again to a few years and I'm reminded by the member for St. George Northwest in his deliberation and in his wisdom then, said to me, "You are the keeper of the flame of our democracy." I hope this flame is burning bright enough today. Mr. Speaker, but the benchmark document speaks about where we are in this little, beautiful little spice country of ours. as the member would say, in terms of our democracy. And I do believe that as a serious body, we ought to take the time to look at some of the pointers there. I spoke to some before, and I would not belabor the point. But, Mr. Speaker, in just the beginning, it's 100 and something pages there, but from beginning to end, I am seeing there that there's substance there that must be looked at by each and every one of us in this house, outside of this house. And I hope it is a document that can be circulated within the community so that we can have a more open discussion in terms of where our democracy is and where we can take it. Because I am a believer in democracy. We rise and we fall today, Mr. Speaker, because of democracy that is operating in this country. So for what it's worth, Mr. Speaker, I will urge us to have the document circulated, and let's have a discussion on this document, and we will bring a more perfect democracy to our little nation. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that I want to talk about, and I must commend our parents, teachers, students, and the whole educational sector in terms of reopening of schools. But, Mr. Speaker, I know the member for St. Mark's just pointed out that I pointed out some issues but I should look at the brighter picture. And I'm looking at the brighter picture. And I am looking at the reopening of schools, and we had promised many, many months ago that we will let the students have tablets. I think COVID-19 forced our hand a little bit. And so tablets will be in all secondary schools, in primary schools, and who can afford it will afford it. But, Mr. Speaker, before the tablets were given out, they were supposed to be configured. And maybe apps were put on them so that they can be looked at and they can be regulated. And I say, yes, I am all for that. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of configuring, I ask myself the question, will the people who configure the tablets have control over the tablets so that they can regulate on what website the children will go and what they cannot go or where they cannot go? And maybe, Mr. Speaker, I do believe so, because it will be that they have it and they can be regulated, which is a good thing. But, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, I could bring a case here now that we as a body, we even have to be careful. A few years ago, Mr. Speaker, in Pennsylvania, a young lady went to the library to get a computer, a laptop. They have computer on loans, so she was given one. Well, they configured it in such a way that they can restrict the child's movement on the internet, and that is good. The child was doing her homework. The mother noticed that the little light where the camera came on. Mr. Speaker, the system was checked. And remotely, the people in charge went into the computer and turned on the camera so that they were looking at the child inside her room. These devices, Mr. Speaker, and these days you don't have to be that very good, you know. If they are configured properly, Mr. Speaker, I could turn on the camera and see you in your home because I'm in charge of it. Or I could turn on the mic wherever I am and listen to your conversation. I do not believe that we as a government will go down that road. I would not want us to. But those who are in charge of configuring, we have to be circumspect because it can happen. It has happened before. And I pray that to the minister of education. Let's err on the side of caution and make sure that these devices are configured and configured in the right way so that our children and our families will not be exposed, not by government, but there's sometimes somebody sitting in a room and just say, let me see what your son is doing, or let me hear what is going on at home. So we have to err on the side of caution. You see, this COVID-19 now is exposing us to all different traption, and we must be on our guard. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the school reopening, and as I said, I was in a PTA meeting, and I know where we are as a people, we are not yet settled in terms of where we are going and what is the possibilities. Because today we can open and next week we might shut down. But I would urge again, like I've always urged before, that students, parents, teachers, and everybody, we have to advocate a different education. Because I know my son said, Daddy, I miss my friends at school. But then when you go to school, you have to wear your mask. You cannot share X, Y, Z. You have to social distance. But you're talking to a little kid. How can we prevent kids from doing what that we were trained to do normally, our children, in terms of developing socially? It's a hard sell. And some parents are very concerned about the disposition. I know that there are a couple of parents who have contacted me that they will be pulling the child from school, getting the curriculum, because of underlying conditions that they have. If ever that the child goes to school and come back home to the grandmother and the mother, they are there. And I have had situations like this. I mean, one of the saddest thing that my wife indicated to me that she took her mother to the grocery store. And everybody masked up and everything. But just the wisdom that prevailed, she had to stop and administer the inhaler to her mom. Because the mask, she could not, So we have to look at all these things and judge people on what they are facing and this new dimension we are facing. Mr. Speaker, in moving on, I stand here and I think I cannot fault the member for St. George Northwest in his disposition a couple parliaments ago when he indicated where we stand as a nation and what he has seen. And probably what I am seeing and what I am experiencing now, I've never seen that before in our country under COVID-19. But Mr. Speaker, and I must warn again, we as a government in power, we have to set the standard. And we must set the standard because we are the people that other people will follow. And I ask the member again to think about it. What we are seeing today and in some of our behavior, were these promoted? Were these promoted by people in high places? You were out there just a little bit ago when I read from the document that a few members of the Irish Parliament and the New Zealand Parliament or the Cabinet, they were fired, they were asked to resign because they flouted COVID-19 regulation. And I know you missed it, but it is such an important piece of document. And it says here, and I think I wrote it down here, and I must reiterate this here. The EU Commission, Phil Hogan, was asked to resign. The Irish Minister of Agriculture was asked to resign. The New Zealand Minister of Health was asked to resign because they flouted COVID regulation. Boris Johnson, chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, was asked to resign. It went on to say here, and I know you're a lover of cricket, Jafar Archer was excluded from the test match against the West Indies in the latest match because he flouted COVID regulation. Can we do this here in Grenada and just get away scotch-free? Let us, Mr. Speaker, follow the example of the rest of the world so that we can get on board and live by example. And this is how we can overcome COVID-19. I look at it, Mr. Speaker, because this is the time that we are in. Look at a country like Sweden. Can we have the discipline of the Swiss, where they did not impose no regulation or anything, but they educate the people as to how to behave? And the people behaved well. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, Sweden is where they are today without any form of regulation. But we here in Grenada, we must set the example so that our people would follow. And it's only when we set the example that we can stand up and talk. Mr. Speaker, I will rest this here today and pray God's blessing and safety on all of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I'd just like to... Just take your lighter.
Mr. Speaker, I got some difficulties. The leader of the opposition was talking in parables a while ago. I wish he would not speak in parables, but be direct. But he made enough insinuation for me to make this point. He mentioned a member of the Northwest, and he talked about leading by example. That I heard. As if we're not leading by example. Well, no.
Please,
Mr. Speaker,
do not disrupt.
Mr. Speaker, tell the member, take it easy.
Please, take it easy.
Please
Don't disrupt.
He spoke. Spoke. You have to realize the member sitting on the opposite side has been in this parliament for a lot of years, long before you probably was born. So, you can't say about disciplining members outside, mention the member for Northwest and the points he's been making, talk about being a cricketer, a lover of cricket, so he was on to the member for Northwest consistently. And if Mr. Speaker, the member must conduct himself responsibly in this House. No one spoke when he was speaking. So, the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, I got the impression the members, and that's the point. Some people listening, so I have to speak about the impression I get. The impression I get is that we here in Grenada was not leading by example. That's what I heard. And therefore, for us to deal with the problem we're facing, we must lead by example. And I assume that this government has been leading by example. Oh, you heard this? The member needs to tell us who is not leading by example. He needs to say, he cannot come here. That's the point. You got to get up on a point of order. You got to understand and behave yourself in the House. It's a point of order. Even if you have a point of order, get up. But if you don't have a point of order, I'm not yielding. Mr. Speaker, this government is making it very clear. If there is any information that is proven factual, that a member of this government is not obeying the rules of which the government has set, let me know. And if it's proven right, we'll deal with it accordingly. I just want to make it very clear, because I lead by example. And I expect other members of the cabinet to lead by example. So if he knows about any one of us not doing it, he must not come here and speak in parables or insinuating.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What?
Just for the member.
No, the point of order that you're
Yes, Mr.
standing on.
Speaker. He has asked
The point of order that
on
you're
a point
speaking
of order, Mr. Speaker.
What
if
is
he
the
wants
point? What is the point?
information
What is the
publicly
point
here,
of order?
In terms of, he says that I should not make any insinuation.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you stood on a point of order. What is the point of order?
The point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I have my standing orders here.
Yes, sir.
So please just tell me what point of order you're speaking to.
He will get the information
Then
that he
please
requested.
sit, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. When you stand, you must be able to say if it's order number 10, 20, 30, or 40. Until such time, please. Honorable.
The member, maybe you need to take him in and give him some coaching. He has to understand there are rules in this house. This is, I think, the second time he has been in this house, and he ought to know the fundamental rules of the house. And that's exactly why I stood up, because there were insinuations, and there were parables, and that cannot be allowed to go unnoticed. I didn't intend to speak, but when I heard about the insinuation, it was clear that what the member was implying. And therefore, because we have made it very clear, in fact, I spoke this morning about people doing their own things and expecting this government to support it. In fact, I spoke at length this morning to say to imply that we will not support people doing their own things. So if members of this government is doing so, and the member or anyone has information, let us know. Because I've heard rumors, and I question members, and that the information has not proven correct. So I don't know what the member is talking about. So in future, I hope when he comes here and he makes those statements, please say exactly, he doesn't even have to wait as a responsible member of the society. You don't wait to come to Parliament. If you know a member of Parliament or a member of this House or a serious government person is in fact doing things complete opposite to what we preach, you ought to bring it to our attention. You don't have to wait for to be in this House to parade. Tell us immediately. And if we don't act, then you deal with it in the Parliament of the House. Mr. Speaker, I just want to advise the member that that's the responsibility of a member. And I make it clear here, Mr. Speaker, this government feels strongly that we have to abide by the rules we set. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I've gone to places being invited, and as soon as I reach there and I see no mask, I tell them, I say, and people want to come to talk to me, I say, you may want to get infected, but please, I don't want to. And I leave. So I leave by example. I go by my mother, who's 98 years, and she sits down there. I sit far from her. Because I don't want to be responsible for her demise. And either the other way. So I lead by it. So if any member of this government is not leading by it, I need to know. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. George Northwest. Let me just take care. I just want to raise two issues. One has to do with the draft document that we received from the CPA consultant. That is the benchmark. Again, let me say that the benchmark was a self-assessment of our parliament in Grenada. It's a self-assessment conducted by the consultant from the CPA. I again ask those of us who have the opportunity or the time to read through We may have been consulted, see if what is said on the report is reflective of what the participation that we made. Because you won't know what somebody else said. But if you know of what your contribution was, or there anything said in the report that does not reflect what is taking place in our country, then you must let us know. And as quickly as we can get it, we would want to respond to the CPA so that we can start, we can really own the document. Right now it's a draft, but we would want to own a document that reflect the benchmarks that came from us. So for this one, I wanted to make sure that we spoke to this. Honorable members, the Honorable Parliamentary Representative for St. Patrick East.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just want to share on some of our projects that's going on in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada has brought many projects to St. Patrick. In the area of education, we have a new wing at the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School in Montrose, valued at $8 million. This is ongoing, bringing so many jobs to our people in that area there. After a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we have this going on. Mr. Speaker, we also have the River Sally Preschool that was ongoing but had some delays based on some issue in which the contractor had to be replaced. Mr. Speaker, right next door we have the River Sally Community Center being transformed into a resource center to produce school uniforms to complement or supplement our school uniform program. Mr. Speaker, 27 million EC dollar project is going on, the St. Patrick Road project, Mr. Speaker, where we have 4 bridges being built to prevent flooding in that area. Mr. Speaker, we are very pleased and very happy to know that all of these projects can continue in St. Patrick to ensure that there is vehicular communication or transportation between St. Patrick and St. Andrew, even though there is a heavy rain, with all the bridges being repaired. Mr. Speaker, employment continues for persons in the community, in the areas of new construction brigades, environmental wardens continuing. The bushing has begun and will continue until the end of the year, despite the reduced revenues that our country is facing. Mr. Speaker, the farmers in the area are also happy because some of them are getting their lands cleared. It really does show this government commitment to agriculture through the Farm Labor Program. Now permit me to share on the Shambo project, where water would be pumped from a river, Monfendu River, using an electrical pump into Shambo Estate. Farmers will benefit tremendously from this project, Mr. Speaker. Over 150 cattle farmers and crop farmers. Mr. Speaker, we'll be carrying water all the way down to Batway and to Savon Swayze, where the cattle are grazing, because every dry season at least 10-15 cows or cattle die there. And so at present now, Mr. Speaker, though the project has been ongoing for the last year and a half, it continues. At present, the pipes are being laid from the river all the way down to Batway and to Savon Swayze. Mr. Speaker, I want to proudly announce that thus far, a total of $600,000 has been sourced for this Shambo water project. It came from the Japanese Climate Change Project, from the Jeff Grant, and of course supported by our government as well. So by the end of the year, Mr. Speaker, this project will unfold much more. And just to announce, we need more funds to really fulfill our objective for this project. And so we are in the process of trying to source some more funds that can help to bring water to as much farmers as possible. Mr. Speaker, We also have a tractor at Shambo. Shambo farmers have their own tractor packed there for their service. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to say to you today that St. Patrick is ready. St. Patrick is ready and is preparing for greater development. Mr. Speaker, right now, as we speak, a huge project is unfolding in the northern part of the island. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that Shambo farmers are smiling. They're smiling wide because a 500 hotel room is coming at the same time when they're preparing to increase their production of crops. Mr. Speaker, what we were preparing before when this project was being conceptualized was a 30, 40 room villa. That is what the last development was really doing. But now, and then, Mr. Speaker, I personally was a bit worried because I know that with so much production, that small development wouldn't be able to absorb these farmers' produce. But, Mr. Speaker, I can proudly say that with this large development, our farmers in River Sally, Rose Hill, and Liverpool look forward to it. They're happy. They look to feeding their families much more. So the bigger the hotel, Mr. Speaker, and the bigger and the more food that is produced inside Shambo, inside the whole of St. Patrick, it would mean, therefore, more revenues for farmers. It means, therefore, that the farmers do not have to travel all the way down to St. George's to hire a truck and, to come and sell their produce. So we have very happy farmers there who are looking forward to this project. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we know more jobs for our people here in Grenada and even as far as Carriacou. Mr. Speaker, people may not have thought of it, but we don't have a taxi service in St. Patrick. If I want to go somewhere now and I don't have a transport, I don't have a taxi in my phone that I can call. But with this 500 hotel room, we will have a St. Patrick Taxi Association. Mr. Speaker, there will be more guiding and touring jobs created for persons to visit the lake, to visit the Welcome Stone, to visit Lippers Hill, Carib Stone, plus the slave pen. There'll be need for ferries to carry persons up the Grenadine Islands. There'll also be need for persons, Mr. Speaker, to have small boats, to make quick trips from the Liverpool beach into Sauters. It's just a 5-minute drive on sea. But if you take land and you drive through, it may take you up to 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, there will be so many jobs created. People who do arts and craft will surely have an opportunity to offer them for sale, whether it is on the beach or whether it is in local shops. Mr. Speaker, there will be jobs in the 500 hotel room itself. There will be jobs on the Gulf Coast. There will be jobs in the water park. Mr. Speaker, these are jobs, real jobs. Mr. Speaker, I can safely say that there will be much more opportunities that I can list here with the time that I have. Mr. Speaker, the investment will be huge. And all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that such an investment can only filter into the pockets of the locals in the community, in everyone here in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martin, because we are a very small island. Mr. Speaker, our people will not have to travel to the city anymore in search of jobs. Persons in my community like Montfendu, Montrose, Hermitage, they have to take 2 buses, sometimes 3 buses to get to Grandans, to get to the south of the island for a daily bread. So having such large development in the northern part of the island is really long overdue. Mr. Speaker, with our improved road network, the St. Patrick Road Network, preparing for this, improved food production to come from Shambo farmers, it will surely all come together and help to contribute to the development and the transformation of the entire northern part of this little island. Mr. Speaker, the parish of St. Patrick is ready. Mr. Speaker, our people want this project. Mr. Speaker, we need it. They come to us for jobs as a government representative, Mr. Speaker. They expect us to find jobs for them. And have outlined many of the jobs that have been created by this government post-COVID-19, regardless of the challenges that this government is facing. Many jobs have been created. But I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to tell you that it's not enough. Sometimes it's a big burden on our shoulders. What can we do to help our people? How can we help them more? Mr. Speaker, there's only so much that government can do. We can do more. We could never do it all. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to say that we need this development. And so we have to work together as a people. We have to balance everything. We have to balance nature, we have to respect it, and we have to protect it. But we need this. We need this for a better life for our people, for ourselves, and for our community. And Mr. Speaker, I just end here by saying very, very sorry, but I just got a little bit emotional there, Mr. Speaker. Our people depend on this. And I thank you for this opportunity, and also I thank the people of St. Patrick East for that opportunity to serve them. And I just want to say that I will do so with the greatest of respect and humbleness. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Representative for St. Patrick East. And honourable members, at this time, the question is that this honourable House now stands adjourned. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, this House now stands adjourned. Sign the die. And I hope that all of us would assemble for lunch.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl comes to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank. Additional support is provided by Glenelg Spring Water. Schools are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
Hello, I'm Kimon Sandy.
And I'm Yashira Peters. And we are your moderators for this 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl.
14 secondary schools have lined up in the Intercall of Academia to capture the coveted SGU Knowledge Bowl Championship trophy, cash, and other prizes.
And Kimon will be your moderator for this evening's epic battle.
Our competing teams tonight are Grenada Boys Secondary School and Westmoreland Secondary School. I now invite the players from Grenada Boys Secondary School to introduce themselves.
My name is Sekou Sam, and I'm a fifth form student from the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
My name is Giovanni Di Gans, and I'm a fifth form student at the Grenada Boys Secondary School. My name is Tendai Okozi, and I'm a 5th full student of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
The Grenada Boys Secondary School, initially known as the St. George's Grammar School, was scheduled to commence officially in January 1885. However, because of unforeseen circumstances, it was not officially opened until Monday, February 2nd, 1885, at Mrs. Gray premises in Hospital Street, the present location of First Caribbean International Bank on Church Street. The school opened with 10 male students. In 1910 to 1911, the school was restructured and renamed Grenada Boys Secondary School and was relocated to Melville Street at the present site of the police barracks. The new premises were officially opened on September 18, 1911, with an enrollment of 23 students. In May 1946, the school was relocated to Tantine to Wooden Barracks, which previously housed the Windward Island Battalion for World War II. The wooden barracks were completely destroyed by Hurricane Ivan in 2004. GBSS has been mainly a boys' school, but girls have also attended, especially for the 6th form A-level years. Girls were also actually admitted in Form 1 from 1982 during the reign of the People's Revolutionary Government to 1987, but were phased out by 1991. The present school roll is 835 male students. The faculty consists of an acting principal, 45 teachers, and 3 counselors.
Thank you very much. Westmoreland.
I'm Eli Serpa. I'm a 5th form student of Westmoreland Secondary School.
My name is Kayla Jordan. I'm a 5th form student of Westmoreland Secondary School.
My name is Talia Simon, and I'm a 5th form student of the Westmoreland Secondary School.
Westmoreland School was established in 1962 by a small group of parents interested in providing a quality education for their children based on the Parents' National Education Union system of Westmoreland, England. The school is a non-profit, non-denominational, co-educational and totally private institution situated at Mount Helicon on Marast Hill, just outside St. George's, Grenada. The school began with 16 students and 56 years later has grown to over 340, split about 70-30 between local and regional international students from diversified backgrounds with many nationalities and languages. The faculty and staff are international, trilingual, qualified, experienced and full of vitality. Westmoreland School places emphasis on smaller classes and lower teacher-student ratios at the higher grades. Westmoreland School will continue to be widely sought after by Grenadians and foreigners alike for the impact that its education has had on the state and the global market.
Thank you very much. We'll now take a quick break and we'll be back after these messages.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 2020 SGU Knowledge Bowl. During the break, the rules were explained to our players, but for you, our viewers, there are 3 rounds in the competition: Science and Technology, Arts and Humanities, and General Knowledge. A bonus question is offered at the end of the first 2 rounds. Teams get 2 points for each correct answer, except for the bonus question, which is worth 5 points. Teams will, however, lose 5 points if the bonus question is answered incorrectly or if they fail to give an answer after buzzing in for the bonus question. As we begin the first round, members of the studio audience are reminded to remain silent during the match. First question is a buzzer question. Any team will buzz in to answer the question, and questions will be asked alternately thereafter. First question. Name 2 of the 3 main regions of an insect's body. GBSS.
The thorax and the abdomen.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. What term refers to a process which involves the fermentation of sugars to the alcohol ethanol? Time, the correct answer is burn. GBSS, this is a computation question, which means that you have 20 seconds to answer the question. A straight line L having a gradient of -2 passes through the point, open bracket, -3, 4, close bracket. What is the equation of the line L? Time, the equation is y is equal to 2x minus 2. Westmoreland, what is the formula for trisodium phosphate? Time, it is Na3PO4. GBSS, what is the general formula for alkenes?
CnH2n.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, name the reaction products formed when ethanol burns completely in the air.
Carbon dioxide and oxygen.
That is incorrect. Correct answer is carbon dioxide and water. GBSS, what chemical element is represented by the symbol Cu?
Copper.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, modems transfer data at different speeds measured by the number of BPS. What does BPS stand for in IT?
Beams per second.
That is incorrect. Correct answer is bits per second. GBSS, what is a term beginning with A used to describe the movement of 2 bones at a joint?
Articulation.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, what is the periodic table of the elements?
It's the arrangement of elements in order of atomic number.
Correct answer. GBSS, express 2020 in Roman numerals.
MMXX.
Could you repeat the same answer, please?
MMXX.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, this is a computation question. You have 20 seconds after I'm finished reading the question to answer. Solve the inequality 2x plus 4 is greater than -6.
X is equal to -5.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is x is greater than -5. GBSS, what are the products of complete combustion of a pure hydrocarbon?
Carbon dioxide, water. Carbon dioxide and water.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, where in the cell does photosynthesis occur?
Chloroplasts.
That is correct. GBSS, what name is given to the orbit in which electrons travel around the nucleus?
Shell. The electron shell.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, this is a computation question. What is the square of 32?
$1,024.
Correct answer. GBSS, this is also a computation question. The price of corn has been increased by 15%. If the original price was $80 per kilogram, what is the price of 5 kilograms?
460. 460. $460.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, when the diagonals of a rhombus intersect, what angle is formed?
90 degrees.
Correct answer. GBSS, what is the main nitrogenous excretory product of a healthy human?
Urea.
Correct answer. Westmoreland, this is a computation question. Expand the following. Open bracket, x minus 6, close bracket, open bracket, x plus 9, close bracket.
X squared plus 3x minus 54.
Correct answer. GBSS, what is the word length for mainframe computers?
Hmm. 64 characters.
That is incorrect. It is 48 to 64 bits. Westmoreland, this is a computation question. What is 0.056 times 0.3?
$0.0168.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of the regular questions for round 1. We now go on to the bonus question. As a reminder that the bonus question is worth 5 points if answered correctly. However, teams will lose 5 points if the bonus question is answered incorrectly or if they fail to give an answer after buzzing in. The question. A boy scored 70% in a test. If the maximum mark was 40, how much was his mark out of 40? GBSS.
28.
Correct answer. This concludes the Science and Technology round. After a word from our sponsors, we'll be right back after these messages.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl. At the end of the Science and Technology round, Grenada Boys Secondary School accumulated 23 and Westmoreland Secondary School accumulated 12. We will now commence the second round of competition, which is the Arts and Humanities round. First question will be offered to Westmoreland. Form an adjective from the word exhaustion.
Exhausted.
Correct answer. GBSS. Who was the free-colored landowner who led a rebellion against British rule in Grenada in 1795?
Julian Feder.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. Give a homograph which means both a sphere and a dance.
Ball.
Correct answer. GBSS. Identify the literary device used in the following sentence. He passed away quietly last night.
Euphemism.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. What is the diminutive of seed?
Unseen.
That is incorrect. It is seedlet. GBSS. What's the name of the phase between new moon and last quarter?
Crescent.
Time, it's waxing crescent. Westmoreland. What does it mean to lead by the nose?
To lead by instinct.
That is incorrect. The correct answer is to lead blindly. GBSS. What does impugn mean? Time. Correct answer is to challenge or call into question. Westmoreland. What is the meaning of the abbreviation CPI? Time is Consumer Price Index. GBSS. What country or civilization did Vasco da Gama find by sailing around the African continent?
India.
Time, it's India. Westmoreland. Give the number of times the Earth move around the sun in a year.
In a year is one.
Correct answer. GBSS. Spell the word juxtaposition.
Juxtaposition.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. By using the word pill, give an expression which means something difficult or painful to accept.
A hard pill to swallow.
Correct answer. GBSS. What was the name given to the time where new slaves were placed in the care of older ones to teach them the way of the plantation?
Seasoning period. The seasoning period.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. By adding a prefix, give the opposite of pleasant.
Unpleasant.
Correct answer. GBSS. Contracts which are oral, written, or implied are called
legal contracts.
That is incorrect. It's called simple contracts. Westmoreland. Give this sentence in the present continuous tense. I read Jane Eyre's book.
I am reading Jane Eyre's book.
Correct answer. GBSS. Give the exact date of Trinidad and Tobago's independence.
31 August 1962.
Correct answer. Westmoreland. What does the prefix hetero, as in heterosexual, mean?
Different.
Correct answer. GBSS, your question. Spell the singular of criteria.
CRITERION.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of the regular questions for round 2. We now move to the bonus question. The bonus question is worth 5 points if answered correctly. However, teams will lose 5 points if the answer is incorrect or if they fail to give an answer after buzzing in. The question: what name is given to verbs which pass actions to direct objects or back to the subject of the sentence? Time, it's transitive verbs. This concludes the Arts and Humanities round. After a word from our sponsors, we'll be right back after these messages.
I'm the first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl. We've had 2 replacements. For Grenada Boys Secondary School, Giovanni De Gans was replaced by Richard Francis. For Westmoreland, Talia Simon was replaced by Michael Guy. At the end of the second round, Grenada Boys Secondary School accumulated 35 points and Westmoreland Secondary School accumulated 26 points. We will now commence the third round of competition, General Knowledge. This is a buzzer round where questions are open to both teams. The first team to buzz in earns the right to offer an answer. If your team fails to answer after buzzing in, the question will be offered to the opposing team. First question. What is the name of the spider known for his trickery and who is known in Caribbean folklore? GBSS.
Anansi.
Correct answer. Translate the following Spanish term or word to English. El pasaporte. Westmoreland.
The passport.
Correct answer. What does the Spanish verb decir mean? Westmoreland.
To say.
Correct answer. Who is the only batsman to score over 5? GBSS.
Brian Lara.
Correct answer. Translate into English. Vivo en una ciudad. GBSS.
I live in the city.
Correct answer. What is the name of the British Prime Minister? Westmoreland.
Boris Johnson.
Correct answer. What is the meaning of the Spanish verb iniciar? Westmoreland.
To start.
That is incorrect. Offered to GBSS.
To commence.
That is also incorrect. The correct answer is to plaster. What is the interest of an arachnologist? Westmoreland.
To study spiders.
Correct answer. What was the language of the Roman Catholic liturgy until the late 20th century? Westmoreland.
Latin.
Correct answer. What item in a kitchen is el hervidor? Westmoreland.
The boiler.
That is incorrect. Offered to GBSS.
The kettle.
Correct answer. In what book of the Bible do you first find the story of the burning bush? GBSS.
Exodus.
Correct answer. What is the Spanish word for bed? Westmoreland.
La cama.
Correct answer. The first 4 signatories of CARICOM were Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Westmoreland.
Barbados.
That is incorrect. Offered to GBSS.
St. Kitts.
That is also incorrect. It's Guyana. Who is the author of the play The Crucible? Westmoreland.
William Shakespeare.
That is incorrect. Offered to GBSS.
Orlando Patterson.
That is also incorrect. It's Arthur Miller. Who is the parliamentary representative for the town of St. George, Grenada? GBSS.
Peter David.
Correct answer. In which reference book would you find an official verbatim report of the proceedings of a parliamentary? Westmoreland.
The Hansard.
Correct answer. What is the meaning of the Spanish verb conducir? Westmoreland.
To drive.
Correct answer. In which country's football league does Bayern Munich play? Westmoreland.
Germany.
Correct answer. With which local sport would you associate Garvin Roberts? Westmoreland.
Cricket.
Correct answer. Who wrote the short story Enchanted Alley? GBSS.
George Lamin.
That is incorrect. Offered to Westmoreland.
Earl Lovelace.
That is incorrect. It's Michael Anthony. Which city is the seat of government in the Netherlands? Westmoreland.
The Hague.
Correct answer. Name the 2 main countries in the Caribbean that mines bauxite. GBSS.
Belize. Jamaica.
That is incorrect. Your first audible answer is offered to Westmoreland.
Jamaica and Guyana.
Correct answer. What is the Spanish for finger? Westmoreland.
El dedo.
Correct answer. The whistle has signaled the end of the general knowledge round. After a word from our sponsors, we'll be right back with the point standing.
I'm first to leave town. I'm the first to go to university. I'm the first to feel this is where I belong. The first to make them this proud, and the first to start a career that will lead to better things for me and my family.
With 23 degrees of study and 60 scholarships exclusively for Caribbean students, St. George's University is your chance to be first.
Welcome back to the 14th season of SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020. During the break, a challenge was raised by Westmoreland Secondary School, which was struck down by the judges. Therefore, at the end of the final round, Grenada Boys Secondary School accumulated 47 points and Westmoreland Secondary School accumulated 52 points. We say well done to the teams for a great performance and all the best. To you, our viewers, thank you for tuning in, and please join us again for another exciting match on SGU Knowledge Bowl 2020.
The 2020 season of SGU Knowledge Bowl came to you in association with Grenada Cooperative Bank. Additional support provided by Glenelg Spring Water. Schools are competing for cash and other prizes to the tune of $100,000, plus bragging rights to be called the SGU Knowledge Bowl champion.
Coughs and sneezes spread diseases, so cover coughs and sneezes, please. Not with a rag or bandana. They trap germs. When you use the rag again, you put germs on your hands and everything else you touch. When you cough or sneeze, cover your mouth and nose with tissue. Throw the tissue in a bin and wash your hands afterwards. If you don't have a tissue, cough into your sleeve or elbow. Alcohol-based hand sanitizers are also effective in cleaning hands.
Pure Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean, endeavors to be a positive source of inspiration for those dreaming of travel. We invite you to dream with us wherever you are. Dream about sipping a fresh fruity cocktail and sticking your toes into the warm white sand at Grandance Beach. Dream about snorkeling at the world's first underwater sculpture park at Molinaire. And dream about taking a dip under the cool, cascading Concord waterfall. We are Grenada, dreaming of welcoming you back to our shores. With love from Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique.
Cherish the sea, respect the sea, don't pollute the sea, it provides for you and me. Careful how we use our oceans, protect the sea. Let's conserve for future generations, cherish the sea. Planning ways to use the ocean, cherish the sea. To cater to the needs of everyone, protect the sea. Cherish the sea, respect the sea. Take care of the sea, it's a blue economy.
This message is brought to you by the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, a project of the OECS funded by the Global Environment Facility through the World Bank. CROP, championing resilient oceans for prosperity. For more information, visit our webpage at oecs.org/en/crop.
Cherish the sea, respect the sea, don't pollute the sea, it provides for you and me. Careful how we use our oceans, protect the sea. Let's conserve for future generations, cherish the sea. Planning ways to use the ocean, cherish the sea. To cater to the needs of everyone, protect the sea. Cherish the sea, respect the sea. Take care of the sea,
It's a blue economy. This message is brought to you by the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, a project of the OECS funded by the Global Environment Facility through the World Bank. CROP, championing resilient oceans for prosperity. For more information, visit our webpage at oecs.org/en/crop.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to you across the OECS, the wider Caribbean, the USA, the UK, Canada. Welcome to our webinar, Many People Want to See, Making Our Ocean Space More User-Friendly. My name is Vincent Lewis. I am the Communications Consultant for the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, CROP. The Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project is a project of the OECS funded by the Global Environment Facility through the World Bank. It seeks to strengthen ocean governance as well as coastal and marine spatial planning in the OECS. Today's webinar, entitled Many People Want to See, Making Our Ocean Space More User-Friendly, focuses on coastal and marine spatial planning. Today, we will discuss how we allocate our marine resources among various users, how we minimize conflict between fishers, divers, dayboat charter operators, shipping, and tourism, how we manage our coral reefs, our marine reserves, and fishing zones. Under the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, CROP, coastal and marine spatial plans are being developed for Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is part of an overall thrust to help the OECS transition to a blue economy. On average, the actual area of the marine space of most of the island states of the OECS is more than 70 times greater than their landmass, with many sectors dependent directly or indirectly on the marine environment. OECS economies are essentially blue or dependent on ocean resources. In the Caribbean, the blue economy generates US $5 billion in seafood, US $39.9 billion in oil and gas, and US $57 billion in tourism annually. While these are all pre-COVID figures, they are indeed significant. Now, in our last webinar, we had an all-male panel, which prompted a question as to whether the process is dominated by men. I'm happy to report that for today's webinar, we have two ladies on the panel, so we have sought to establish some gender balance on the panel, that is. On our panel today, we have Dr. Yolanda Ali. She is the lead consultant for the creation of coastal master plans and marine spatial plans for 5 OECS member states under the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, CROP. We also have Ms. Shanna Emanuel. She is Sustainable Development and Environment Officer with the Department of Sustainable Development in St. Lucia. And of course, we have Mr. David Robin, Director of Ocean Governance and Fisheries at the OECS Commission. Before we get into the substantive discussion, I just want to brief you on the format of today's webinar. As moderator, I will engage our 3 panelists, following which we will try to accommodate as many of your questions as possible. Bear in mind that we have just 1 hour for today's webinar, so I will try to manage the time as efficiently as possible. We encourage you to post your questions in the question box and not in the chat room. And now to introduce our first panelist, David Robin. Commander David Robin is Director of Ocean Governance and Fisheries at the OECS Commission. Commander Robin is a retired commanding officer of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Coast Guard. Commander Robin has over 30 years of experience in maritime safety, security, and environmental protection, as well as fisheries monitoring and surveillance at the national, regional, and international level. David, welcome to today's webinar. David, welcome to today's webinar.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Pleasure to be here, and good morning, afternoon, and greetings to all.
Yes, David, coastal and marine spatial planning are key components of the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, CROP. Can you speak to the importance of that component of the crop?
Well, thank you very much for this very important question. First of all, we need to say that coastal and marine spatial planning, by their nature, are such that they help with the orderly development of our space across the near shore, if you will, and coastal area, and as well a continuum from that across to our marine space to the fullest extent of our exclusive economic zones, as those may vary depending on how close our neighboring states may be. But for what we are doing, and especially under the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, the project development objective, or the overall objective, if you will, is to strengthen the capacity of ocean governance and the coastal and marine spatial planning in the 5 participating member states. You have given their names. I want to make the point here that also this will serve as an example for other OECS member states. Currently, we have a total of 11. But significantly, the coastal and marine spatial planning bring good order to what we do in our coastal space. There will be participation by all of our stakeholders, governmental, non-governmental, academia, the private sector, the communities that make their living by and large from the sea, and all of the interests that you mentioned before, tourism, fisheries, etc., so that together we can leverage the marine space, which is our largest natural capital, and that we can make optimal use of it so that we preserve the health and the wealth. And that is what the sustainability is all about.
Well, thank you, David, for putting things in perspective for us. But tell us, from a policy standpoint, how much buy-in is there from governments and key stakeholders in the 5 member states where the crop is being implemented?
I will give you the summary and then expand. We do have buy-in from the mandate of the government, but this work that we are doing, including this series of webinars, is to ensure that we spread the word abroad so that we can have the buy-in from all of the stakeholders. So the mandate, the work that we are doing is under the Eastern Caribbean Regional Ocean Policy, which is one of our frameworks that related to mandates within the revised Treaty of Bastille, establishing the Organization of Eastern Caribbean Economic Union. It is directly linked to that. It is also linked to other aspects of sustainability, also within the protocol of the treaty. And therefore, because those were done by the heads of government, and that's where our mandate lie in law, which is given effect in the member states, we do have that. But how do we bring our stakeholders on board? All of the others. This is why this is so important. We are not yet satisfied that we are having quite the level of participation. We have a stakeholder analysis. We are going to be working with those wider stakeholders, and this is part of the effort to ensure that persons know of the importance and participate.
Tell us, David, how important is the support of development partners like Jeff and the World Bank in helping the OECS transition to a blue economy?
Absolutely fundamental. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goal, goal number 17, which is cross-cutting, has simply one word: partnership. This is recognizing that we cannot do it alone. So let's talk in a bit of ocean language. No one man is an island, it scales up. No one country is all encompassing on ocean matters, nor is our sub-region, and we recognize that we do have some limitations, especially as SID, small island developing states. And so the work that we are doing, and specifically through the CROP, which is funded by the GEF, facilitated through the World Bank, is therefore pivotal. But beyond those, there are other partners with whom we are working. And there are many regionally and internationally with whom we partner as well.
Tell us, David, what challenges and opportunities does mariculture pose to coastal and marine spatial planning?
Mariculture, again, thank you very much, is not at its optimal stage. But when we say mariculture, there can be some examples. So there can be fish farming within the coastal areas in the sea. There can be sea moss, and that is being done more so in several of the OECS member states. But the opportunities would then be for persons to gain additional employment, for us to be able to do some unique products that are from the Caribbean, that can leverage this brand called the Caribbean, which is really beautiful. More so, it can leverage the OECS, which is a fantastic slice of paradise. So together, we can do this work. But there are also some challenges, and the challenges can relate to, for example, the issue of environmental quality. So that what has to be done has to relate to the quality of the water within our environment. And that can bring certain risks. For example, with the cultivation of fish which we hope to consume, which we hope that they would meet the requisite standards for shipment abroad and so forth. So we must then be able to do the balance here of having persons being employed, but that they must have the knowledge of how they are to operate. And additionally, there are stakeholders who are on land, who are not necessarily in the sea. So it is important for us to relate to them as concerned in the matters of land-based pollution, noting that approximately 80% of all marine pollution is from on land.
Thank you, David. I love your description of the OECS as a fantastic slice of paradise. We now move on to our second panelist, Shana Emmanuel. Shana Emmanuel is a Sustainable Development and Environment Officer with the Department of Sustainable Development in St. Lucia. She currently supports the Coastal and Oceans Work Program of the department. Prior to working with the Department of Sustainable Development, she was a fisheries biologist for more than 5 years with the Department of Fisheries, where she worked on marine protected areas, focusing on their potential to improve livelihoods and unlock opportunities. Shana, welcome to the discussion. Welcome to today's webinar.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Good to be here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to all.
Shana, tell us about your work with the Department of Sustainable Development and how it fits within what is happening at the OECS level.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Vincent. So at the Department of Sustainable Development, we are responsible for the Oceans Work Program, which also includes the Coastal Zone Work Program. And one of the main roles that we play is collaboration. We work along with the St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority, the Department of Fisheries, the National Conservation Authority, the National Trust, the SUFRA Marine Management Authority, which is a marine protected area, as well as other partners throughout the oceanscape to work on the oceans agenda, which, as we know, is broadening and it's almost all encompassing now. One of the main roles that DSD plays is also to implement and monitor the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, which of course includes goal number 14, below water. And we know that is of vital importance to SIDS, or recently we started calling ourselves large ocean developing states to really focus on the fact that though our land space is small, our ocean space is vast. One of the ways that OECS has helped us with the crop project has been the establishment of our National Ocean Governance Committee, which was established by Cabinet, and it really has been set up to allow for that collaboration with all the agencies and others that I mentioned in order to ensure that our ocean space is well used, but also well managed, and that we are all having a seat at the table and openly talking about some of the issues that we have.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, Shanna, how important is coastal and marine spatial planning to our fisheries, our coral reefs, and our marine ecosystems?
Well, I would say that it's important. We've always, as island nations, depended heavily on our marine resources, and I think now we're actually doing so more rather than less. And one of the issues is that prior to now, I think we cared more about the ocean and what was happening with it. Now we've kind of become more careless in how we deal with our oceans. So we've seen coastal and marine spatial planning as an opportunity rather to really plan out where we want to go. One of the biggest issues is conflicts among users, right? So we have fishermen and divers in the same area. You have boat tourism and beachgoers in the same area. You also now have the implications of upstream. As small island states, we know that nothing is far from the ocean. For us, nothing is far. And so we have farmers and divers having issues. And the list goes on: shipping, dayboat cruisers, all of it happening in this one space. So for us, having coastal master plans, having marine spatial plans would at least allow us to see where the conflicts can arise and then start speaking to the stakeholders even before that happens. It's a great mechanism to engage all our stakeholders. So as part of the CROP project, we have really been trying to identify who those people are and ensuring that they get to the table. And I think we've done this for land for a long time. If we look at our planning departments, we've designated land just for agriculture, designated land just for residential and commercial buildings. So I think right now, more than ever, the same needs to be done for our marine space.
Shanna, you have experience working with coastal communities to improve livelihoods. From your perspective, what opportunities do you see for investment and job creation from our marine resources?
So actually, in thinking about how to answer this question, I went back to the moment that we are all experiencing right now. The fact that we have been hit by the COVID-19 virus and the crisis it has created. And I've thought about marine-based industries right now. And I think more than ever, they were one of the more resilient industries that were out there. If we think about shipping on a whole, shipping has not been hit as hard as some of the other important industries out there. Shipping, though there have been complications, I think it's one of the industries that has continued, at least in this part of the world, all the way through COVID-19. And while people may not be able to move easily from one destination to the next, from country to country, I think goods have continued to be moved without issues. So I think we may come to depend even more now on the shipping industry, just because as islands, that's how we get most of what we have and need on these islands. Further, I think the nature of the current virus, we may actually start to see a rise in things like marine transportation. We know the issues of using planes. We understand that we are now not as willing to be in enclosed spaces for long periods of time. But if you think of marine transportation, where you could be outdoors more or less, it may actually be less detrimental in having a virus like this, and one that is so easily spread and so easily passed on.
Hello? We seem to have lost Shanna there for just a little bit. I will now move on to our third panelist, Dr. Yolanda Aline. Dr. Yolanda Aline is a qualified regional and environmental planner with extensive knowledge and experience in integrated planning processes. Dr. Aline has more than 30 years of experience in spatial planning with a particular focus on disaster risk and vulnerability reduction in CARICOM member states.
Another thing that I've noted is that while tourism numbers, I think, over
Dr. Aline works as a consultant across the region and is currently the team leader for the creation of coastal master plans and marine spatial plans for 5 OECS member states under the Caribbean Regional Oceanscape Project, CROP. Yolanda, welcome to our discussion this morning.
Good day to everyone. Thank you very much, Vincent, for that introduction.
Yes. Tell us, Yolanda, in layman's terms, as best as you can, please explain to us the concepts of coastal and marine spatial planning.
Yes. Well, master plan essentially comprises the key components of that will guide a future development of an area in a manner that will help to realize some future scenario. So under the CROP, a coastal master plan is a conceptual layout, a framework to guide future development in the coastal area towards the achievement of blue growth. It is intended to be inspirational. It may help to think of it as like a puzzle. If you can think of the vision for blue growth as a picture puzzle, when you start to locking the picture, you start with the edges, and as you put those key things in place, you can see the potential for the outline of a bigger beautiful picture taking shape. So it is with the coastal master plan. It represents the key components of a bigger picture, a visionary outline for a coastal area, and it is locking in the types of investment required and recommended to realize the development and the maturity of blue economy. And when we talk about coastal development and investment, we're talking about that in all kinds of forms: investment in conservation, training and research, infrastructure, legislation and standards, industry, and much more. It is all about supporting the blue growth process.
Sorry, go ahead, proceed.
I was going to say, and the marine spatial plan, similarly, it's a mapping exercise, and it focuses on a recognition that we have, as Shanna said, multiple users of the marine space. We have transportation, recreation, industry, all kinds of things taking place. And the marine spatial plan mapping process represents the way in which various activities can be used more sustainably to reduce the conflicts between the users. So it kind of allocates how we should use our ocean space, how it's being used, and what natural resources and habitats exist there and need to be sustained.
You used the term blue growth a few times in your first answer. Just for the sake of our audience, perhaps you can expound on that term for us.
Blue growth is economic growth that is dependent on the marine space, as I think Shanna said it, and I think David did as well. The water space is much bigger than our land space, and that is a space for which for many years we have been reliant on economic growth. So blue, representing water, being a focus on getting our economic initiatives and growth through the water.
Thank you. Tell us about the work that your team has been doing under the CROP in the 5 OECS member states.
Well, we have been preparing the coastal and marine spatial plans. We have 4 coastal master plans being developed for Dominica, St. Kitts, Nevis, and St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we have an enhanced blue growth coastal master plan for Grenada, and 5 marine spatial plans for all the participating states. We have identified the key stakeholder groups and persons who have a strong interest in the coast and who get their living from the marine space, or their livelihoods, or regulatory, cultural, or conservation purposes. Whatever the interest is, we've identified them. We've undertaken 2 rounds of consultation already. We've identified key issues by examining the current situation in each state in terms of pressures and trends occurring in the coastal and marine areas. As David had just said, quite a lot of the pollution that takes place in the marine zone comes from terrestrial sources. Through stakeholder engagement, we have identified what we would term as hotspot areas where there is intense human use of the coast, multiple users of marine and coastal spaces, each with their own, for their own benefit and their own interests. An area being used as a port, Shanna described it as port, recreation, everybody in there swimming, snorkeling, diving, tour operators, all in the same space. And we have done technical analyses which which incorporate the impacts of pollution and the climate change.
You just spoke about the conflicting uses of the resource. From your perspective and based on your experience, what are some of the approaches that you think would help create a more equitable use of the resource among all these competing users?
Well, I think that is where the spatial planning and the management of the space comes into play. Where if through this help of stakeholders, where you can identify some of the needs and understand what types of ecosystem services are being actually exploited or used. I shouldn't say used the term exploited, but being used in that area. There are fish, there's food provision, there's beach restoration, there are all kinds of services that we are looking for when we use the water. I think by zoning and putting enforcement and management systems in place, and by enforcement, I just mean that could be just persons looking after their own interests, co-management approaches. But those are some of the things that can help regulate the space.
Yeah. Yolanda, what are some of the lessons learned thus far by your team in preparing marine spatial plans and coastal master plans for the 5 member states under the crop?
Some of the lessons learned, well, we have learned that people often think of just hotels and resorts when they think of coastal development, but of course it's much more than that. It's all about inclusive and equitable development as well. We have learned that some of the marine management areas that have already been put in place in some of the participating states have been a fantastic foundation for us to work with, to build on, to enhance as we move towards the marine spatial plan. We have learned that the nearshore and the offshore marine environments for each of the states has to have a tailored approach to each one. There's no one size fits all. And we've also learned that we need the diverse stakeholders to participate and tell us what matters most for them in terms of their livelihoods. We need to have that engagement in order to make it a useful exercise for each of the participating states.
Based on your extensive experience working across the region, where does the OACS fit on the CMSP and Blue Economy grid?
Well, I would say that the OACS is definitely one of the forerunners. You're on the leading edge. The Coastal Master Plan, the Coastal Master Plan and Marine Spatial Plan approach that is being used. This is the first integrated approach that's being used to the coastal marine space. The marine spatial plans technically are on the leading edge for sure, because the technical analyses that were undertaken led to the creation of something that was specific to the Caribbean ecosystem model, because that did not exist before. And we have also applied in this process very innovative risk analysis and computerized map analysis, which puts the OACS definitely as one of the front runners in the process across the region.
As a woman, can you speak to the role of women in the blue economy, not just in the OACS, but in the region and globally?
I think there's that I don't have any statistics, but on the face of it, it would seem that it would appear we have women in the blue economy already. We see fishers, fisher folk strongly on the marketing and sales of fish and the fish industry. But we don't see as many women in the other professions that participate in the blue economy, the oceanic research, the ocean and marine engineers, the marine biologists, the Coast Guard. And so we believe that it's very important that the voices of women and any other marginalized group have a place at the table, so that we can have more voices speaking and therefore have a more successful outcome. The overall motto for the Sustainable Development Goals is leave no one behind. So I believe that is definitely our framework for having a more inclusive and equitable type of governance. And I believe women have a strong role to play in this process.
Yes, we already have a question for you. This question is from Jared Begas. And the question is, does the Marine Spatial Plan encompass only the territorial waters, or does it extend to our EEZ?
The Marine Spatial Plan goes to the EEZ. So what we have done,
perhaps you can just break the term down, exclusive economic zone.
Exclusive economic zone, it extends to the exclusive economic zone. So we for practical purposes and based on the amount of data that we have actually separated the offshore marine zone, which we would call from what I'd like to refer to as a drop off, where the continental shelf breaks, the shelf break, and it goes on to the bottom of the sea, which is about around, I think, the 200-meter depth contour. Around that area where we have data up to there, that zone to the edge of the EEZ is referred to as our offshore marine space, and that is being dealt with in one way as a broad framework for guidance because we do not have a lot of data there. And then the marine spatial planning for the nearshore area where we have a richer amount of data between the high water mark, the coastline, not the high water mark, but the coastal area, the coastal zone, the land, the intense land use we have there, and that shelf break, that drop-off point, we are doing more intense zoning there.
Another question for you, Yolanda. This question is from Laverne Walker. She says, it would be interesting to hear a bit about how these plans will be implemented once developed. What is the process towards endorsement, and how will states be assisted with the implementation of the plans?
That's a good question. At the moment, the framework that we're using for implementation is to have each state develop a National Ocean Governance Committee, an integrated committee representing a wide range of interests, and that committee is being set up to help guide the overall implementation of the plans.
Susanna would also like to respond to this question. Susanna? Another question, this question is from Alejandro Iglesias Campos. He says, kindly confirm the national institutions leading MSPs in each country and the activities implemented or to be implemented by this initiative in transboundary areas of the beneficiary countries. I think we have that planned for later during the webinar, but perhaps you can just tease still, Yolanda.
So if I understand correctly, we are talking about the person who is the lead in each of the countries?
Yes, I think that's the gist of the question, if I get it. Yes, it said, kindly confirm the national institutions and leading MSPs in each country and the activities implemented.
Okay, there's a national focal point for each country. In Grenada, the organization is the OECS Ocean Governance Team, Mr. Ian Noel. In St. Kitts, it is the Department of Maritime Affairs with Mr. Hobson McLean. In Dominica, is the OECS Ocean Governance Team again, Mr. Sebastian. In
the interest of time, Yolanda, yeah, we will get into the...
Can you post that in the chat for me?
Yes.
And we can,
yes, we can.
And have all the information, yes.
Yeah, we have another question. It's from Augustine Dominic. He asked, is there a measure in terms of distance from the coast for the nearshore area? I think you answered that earlier, but you can probably just reinforce.
Yes, from the coastline, we are going out to the approximately 200-meter depth contour, which is the area for which we have data that we can use to do scenarios that would guide the zoning of the area.
Yeah, and there's a follow-up question from Jared Begas. He asked, who owns the marine space in the territorial waters? Would this be comparable to Crown Lands offshore?
Is that a question for me or for David?
That's for you, Yolanda.
Who owns the territorial waters?
Yes, that's the question.
I would think it would be
Vincent, if I may take that.
Yes, David, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Gerard, and good morning. Yes, your question actually provokes the answer. In similar fashion, the territorial sea includes not only the waters, but the airspace above it and the seabed and subsoil below. So invariably, that's owned by the state. And the state has sovereignty over that area. There are one or two things that must be permitted within there. So, for example, innocent passage of a vessel. But essentially, the framework is that, yes, it is similar to Crown lands on the terrestrial side.
Thank you, David. This next question is from Martin Letizier, and he asks, to what extent is there coordination between the master planning process and the challenges presented by climate change and the SDGs? I guess both yourself, David, and Yolanda can respond to that question.
Yolanda, would you like to proceed first?
Thank you, David. Yes, so the master planning process is one which is based on the science, the recent science in terms of risk from climate change, and we are incorporating those in the models that help us to understand risk in the marine space, the sustainable development goals in terms of life underwater and the aim to keep our oceans healthy. We are very much taking that on board and using the information that we have to therefore guide what interventions are required so that we keep a healthier ocean space, a sustainable ocean space for the long-term use of our residents, our guests, and just be able to use it as part of a blue economy process.
David, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you very much. Martin, a pleasure to see you posting questions to us, and welcome all the way from Ireland, I believe. Martin, yes, we are treating this as a continuum because we must treat our ocean space as it is, and mindful of the point which has been made concerning the science. There is that similar continuum between the near shore and the further offshore, which is seamless as concerning the ecosystem. Part of our challenge, as we would know, is that often we do not have sufficient information. Yolanda made that point a while ago. So as we move towards our work, yes, there has to be continuous research. There has to be more that needs to be done. And even as we look at how we proceed, part of what we would do with identification of our marine spatial plan or delivery of our marine spatial plans is treat what we are able to at this point, but also highlight the additional work which has to continue. On this, Vincent, if you would allow me, as regarding the first question, how would the implementation be going ahead? Certainly, we would be working in partnership with other agencies, regional and international, to look at how we can continue work to enhance what we are doing now under the crop so that we can have a continuous and seamless approach to implementation. There would be the overall objective of ensuring from the livelihood point of view that no one is left behind. But we have the triad that we are dealing with of social sustainability, no one left behind, the environmental sustainability, that in harnessing the marine environment, we are not damaging it. And then additionally, from the economic perspective. So we are seeking that overall balance. So for instance, there's work ongoing through the CLME, the Caribbean Large Marine Ecosystem Project, also supported and funded by the GEF. And the OECS, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, is one of the members of the interim coordination mechanism. And we are hoping that as we move forward with work that's happening under the CLME, which combines the Caribbean Large Marine Ecosystem and the North Brazil Shelf Ecosystem. As we move forward with these, our framework, which is for the Eastern Caribbean Regional Ocean Policy, recently revised under the crop, that document would also be part of how we inform what happens and how we integrate with this as the part of the wider Caribbean initiative, mindful that the ocean is also not only of benefit to the OECS, which is primarily Eastern Caribbean, but across the wider Caribbean.
Thank you, David. This next question is from Susan Singh Renton, and you can probably respond to that one, David, and I don't know, Yolanda may want to give us a response as well. The question is, what arrangements are in place to ensure that Blue Growth Accounting is actively contributing dollars to the economy?
Thank you again, Vincent, and thank you very much for that question, Suzanne Renton Singh. Here is where part of the actual need to do some of the reforms are necessary and vital. So how can we then, I'm doing a transliteration of the question, how can we then ensure that what we harnessed in the blue economy is actually documented and shown as the contribution? In a number of cases, all of what we do is not captured. Yolanda made the point when you asked the question about the participation by women. She said we did not have all of the data. So we then would recognize that there are gaps, and we'll have to seek to put measures in place to capture the data. Not all of this information is captured in our national accounting. Not all of this information then moves up to our Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. But how can we do this? How can we change this? And how can we make this happen? So we would also need some reforms to ensure that this information is captured. Okay, so that's part of our fundamental needs going forward.
Okay, this next question is from Quadwo. And the question is, can you share with us how you are involving the private sector in marine spatial planning in the region?
Yolanda, would you like to speak to that as you are working primarily on this process?
Can you repeat the question for me, Vincent? Thank you.
Yeah, how are we involving the private sector in the marine spatial planning process?
Okay, so what we've done in both for the Coastal Master Plan and the marine spatial planning process, in terms of involving the private sector, what we're doing is meeting with groups of persons, interest groups. So maybe Chamber of Commerce, for instance, which represents a wide body of people. We are starting off the process, and it's a work in progress. We are not yet complete. We are still moving through, but we've identified key organizations and groups that represent others. So the private sector will be represented by the business community and maybe by some other groups, and we're having meetings with them. At each stage, we have for 2 rounds already. We show them what we're doing and get their inputs, and we're coming back again to do a similar work where we're going to have a 3rd round of consultation where we will get inputs from persons. So we are constantly targeting, and we're sending out. We're starting the process now, sending out a few more information bits and pieces so that people can see where we're at and where we're going. I guess you could call them information notes, so that people can contact us and be engaged as much as they wish to, and we will share as much information as we can and seek the wisdom of those who are in the process, who are on the ground, how getting their livelihoods.
Just as a follow-up, Yolanda, Janice Hodge wants to know what is the deadline for the planning component of the CMSP process.
Right. So we're targeting around October to return to the member participating states for a 3rd round of consultation. As I keep saying, the engagement of people of the stakeholders is critical to the success of this process. And when we're at the stage of trying to identify what should be priority, what interventions are appropriate, because as I said before, this is just the building blocks. when you start to put the picture together, you will see that there are several other things that need to come together in order for it to have a successful implementation. These may be policies, there may be laws, there may be standards, there may be more public awareness and education, there may be more integration and co-management approaches. All kinds of things may come to light, but we need to do that with the persons on the ground. And so we are looking at around October to return. And then some weeks after that, a couple of months, I think after that, maybe October, November, December, towards the end of the year, the process would come to an end as we produce the final version.
And just as a follow-up, Yolanda, you could perhaps speak to the priority projects included in the CMSP plans.
Right. So there are some priority projects that are included in the Coastal Master Plan, and those in each case, each state, those were developed or derived from different types of sharing. So it could have been stakeholder meetings, it could have been stakeholder contributions outside of a meeting, conversations, discussions, some of the written reports that the country has. And from that, we pulled together a list of all the projects that were feasible in each state. And then we did a ranking process and weighting process to determine what should be given priority. And again, we did that in consultation with focal points and key stakeholders on the ground in each stage.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yolanda. This next question is from Christopher Cobbin, and I think David may want to respond. It says, given the promotion and use of multiple tools, including ecosystems-based management, coastal zone management, marine spatial planning, watershed management, how can we work with governments to ensure that we have a consistent message on how these tools are applied? David?
Thank you very much, Vincent. Thank you very much, Chris, for this question. Chris, I believe that it would be appropriate to point to one of our regional frameworks and the regional works and the regional sea activity for the Caribbean, which is being implemented through the Secretariat for the Cartagena Convention, also dealing with the UNEP work for the Caribbean. It is essential that we integrate all of what we do. And I take this opportunity to point to an approach of the OECS, which is fundamental to how we are dealing with sustainability within the OECS. And this is through the Indigenous Island System Management Framework, which embraces all of our systems from our highest peak, highest ridge, all the way out to the exclusive economic zone. And so in doing this, we would find that all of the various areas, the watershed management, the coastal zone management, the marine spatial plan, things which fall under our strategic priority areas for the OECS, ocean governance, biodiversity and ecosystem, climate change and sustainable climate change and disaster risk, sustainable energy, land and water resources, waste and marine, not only marine waste, but general waste management in general. All of these would then require that we do have an overall integrated approach. And specifically, the Cartagena Convention, which has several protocols, which include oil spill, the SPAR, so there's specially protected areas and wildlife, and as well the land-based sources of pollution. These would be taken into consideration in an integrated approach, and our states, which invariably are members of the convention, would then be able to do that work and partner as well with work that's being unfolded through the Regional Sea Program. So we hope as well to do this in a very integrated manner.
Thank you, David. This next question is for you. It's from Master Chief Samuel. I think he's from the Antigua Coast Guard. And his question is, what will be the role for the Antigua Coast Guard in the planning process?
Thank you very much for this question. At this stage, Antigua and Barbuda is not a participating country in the CROP, but through the OECS Ocean Governance Team, which is a regional entity mandated by the heads of government of the OECS, Antigua and Barbuda has been participating in matters related to the CROP, and so have the other member states which are not participating member states, but recognizing that the OECS, through the framework of the revised Treaty of Bastia, through the framework of the Eastern Caribbean Regional Ocean Policy and Strategic Action Plan, mandated that these works have to be done through and coordinated through the Ocean Governance Team. Antigua and Barbuda has been participating. But importantly, this was mandated by the heads of government. And the mandate for the establishment of the Ocean Governance Team was a precursor, if you will, to the Eastern Caribbean Ocean Policy. So then there is work to be done. And I will take the opportunity to say that even with the marine spatial plans, we are going beyond just having the individual national marine spatial plans, but we'll also be having a regional marine spatial planning framework. So that marine spatial planning framework also deals with the cross-boundary issues with neighboring states, how those would go ahead and develop, and they would also inform how we would then do the work with consistency beyond just the participating member states, but to all of the OECS. So that's a very important question.
Thank you, David. I think we have time for 2 more questions. This next question is from Deanna Albert. And her question is, are considerations for impacts to areas beyond national jurisdiction being considered for inclusion in planning, for how those areas/activities may also impact national jurisdiction waters given interconnectivity? David?
Yes, Vincent, thank you very much. In part, I have just mentioned some of this through the consideration of the marine spatial planning framework. But in this question, there lies a deeper point. And when there's planning in areas beyond national jurisdiction, we must be mindful of what's going on under the umbrella framework, which is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, where there is the new binding agreement which is unfolding. And yes, the point of the seamlessness of the sea has to be taken into consideration. And therefore, that interconnectivity of where the impacts can be happening from areas beyond the national jurisdiction must be taken into account. I also want to make the point of a particular linkage as related to this, for example, so that under Sustainable Development Goal 14, for example, there's target 14.6, which deals with the ensuring that we deal with the negotiations on matters pertaining to the sustainable use of fisheries. And here, for example, fish would be swimming in and out of the geographic demarcation of the national boundaries. So what we do beyond that is a responsibility of states in their international law And we too within the OECS will be looking at this. There are then some of the regional, for example, the fisheries management organizations, which have responsibility in certain areas beyond the national jurisdiction. And then our member states, as they participate in those, would take into consideration those linkages which are important for us. So there has to be that seamlessness, yes.
Thank you, David. It's 4 minutes to 11. I will try to squeeze in just one last question from our attendees. And that's a question from Gerald Bagas. He asks, what is the mechanism by which rights to the marine space may be leased or sold?
Invariably, rights to the marine space fall under the national jurisdiction mentioned before, but all of this would then take place within the legal provision of the state and with the connected responsibilities, or should I say connected commitments in binding regional and international instruments. So they would have a linkage to the revised Treaty of Bastia. They would have a linkage to the CSME, which is CARICOM, the CARICOM Single Market and Economies. It may move up regionally to the regional seas and the Cartagena Convention. I'm giving examples of those. And then the examples would link up to under the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, for consistency with those. But fundamentally, once it's within the national space, the national law would give effect to all of those as is appropriate for that linkage with the resources which fall under the jurisdiction of the state and consistent with the binding commitments.
Thank you, David. We lost Shanna earlier, but I'm happy to see that she's back with us. Welcome back, Shanna. It's a pity.
Thanks, Vincent. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a pity we're almost out of time. I'd now like to go to Yolanda. And Yolanda, perhaps you can tell us about the upcoming round of CMSP consultations in the 5 crop implemented member states.
Sure, thank you, Vincent. So we're coming with a 3rd round of consultation. Hopefully, we're aiming sometime in October. It's important. The plans are not yet complete. We have ideas, yes, but no decisions have been made. And so the stakeholder input is critical. It has been critical for a lot of the work that has been done so far. So stakeholder engagement in this 3rd round is really, really very important. If you are on our email list, please look out for upcoming email communications. There'll be promotions coming forth on the consultation to help through the OECS communication unit. So in that 3rd round of consultation, it's vitally important that we engage as many stakeholders in this round 3 so that we can get something that is meaningful for those who are going to use the ecosystem services.
Yeah, Shanna, I'd like to give you the last word. Perhaps you can respond to the question that I asked Yolanda earlier, the role of women in the blue economy. How do you see it?
I think women are vitally important to the blue economy. I think we play important roles, and I think here in the Caribbean we have been playing it. I just don't think sometimes we note some of the roles we play. So when we look at like the fishing industry, we know that women also often operate more as a facilitating role for the value added part of the fishing industry, including the actual cooking and preparing of food in itself, but also cleaning the fish and ensuring that it's packaged well, etc. Further, here in St. Lucia, we've seen that there's been a rise in the number of women involved in marine culture or aquaculture of sea moss, which is used as a drink, but also has been used as a gel for binding of other foods. The role of women in the dive industry has been increasing throughout all our islands for the last couple of years. So I think women definitely have a role to play, and I actually look forward to the innovations that can come from young female entrepreneurs at this time.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Shanna. Thank you to our attendees, our participants. I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing your knowledge and insight with us. And to all the attendees all across the world, thanks for your interest, your questions, and your feedback. We tried to respond to as many of your questions as we could. I'd also like to thank our background panelists, Susanna Scott, Crop Project Manager, Josette Edward Chalmine, Program Officer, OECS Environmental Sustainability Cluster, and Toby Amab of the OECS IT Unit. Just to remind you to join us again on October 7th for our third and final webinar in this series on healthy oceans for current and future generations. Until then, I've been your host and your moderator, Vincent Lewis, saying stay tuned to all things blue economy, to all things crop at the OECS. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your company again on October 7th.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back. Today we are going to learn some signs for food. Our first sign is sandwich. Ben's palm. You move the next one right in the middle. Just think about putting some lettuce and tomato inside of a bun. This is what it looks like. Sandwich. Let's do it again. Sandwich. Very good. Now pizza. The letter P, open palm, and you make the letter Z. The letter P, and you make Z in your palm. Pizza. Very good. Salad. Think about when mommy making the salad. She toss everything together. Salad. Salad. Very good. Bread. Bread. So you use the claw hand and you move it downwards. Bread. Wonderful. Now we're going to do cheese. Open palm and you squish it together. Cheese. Look at it again. Cheese. Very good. Cheese. Now egg. Egg. Think about cracking the egg open. Egg. Very good. Milk. Milk. Think about milking a cow. Have you ever seen somebody milk a cow on the farm? Milk. Very good. Nuts. Take your thumb, put it at your teeth, and you flick it out. Nuts. Who loves peanuts? Nuts. Nuts. Wonderful. I like popcorn. Our last word is popcorn. Popcorn. Think about how the corn popping in the pot, one after the other. Pop, pop, pop. Popcorn. Very good. Now let us review. Sandwich. Pizza. Salad. Bread. Cheese. Egg. Milk. Nuts. Popcorn. Wonderful. That's it for today. See you again next time. Remember, stay safe. Bye-bye.
Remember, wear a mask. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Stop the spread of germs that can make you and others sick. Cover your nose and mouth with a tissue when you cough or sneeze. If you don't have a tissue, use your elbow. Wash hands often, especially after coughing or sneezing into a tissue.
Feel good facts.
Avoid the most common causes of spreading the flu. Cover your coughs and sneezes with a tissue, dispose of it straight away, and either wash your hands or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer.
Welcome to another episode of Unlock Your Potential. I am your host, Christina Swanawaga, Corporate Communications Officer at the T.A. Marisho Community College. T.A. Marisho Community College intends to share its programming as a means to discuss and present TAMCC events, activities, and accomplishments. We would like to encourage the public to continue to follow our programs every Monday at 5:30 p.m. and a repeat on Saturdays at 2 p.m. in the event that you missed your Monday's program or you would like to get additional information. It has been a very difficult time for the college, as you know. However, we have been reviewing our processes and we will disseminate information in a sequential manner as the events are organized. The college has restructured its activities to improve its communication efforts and operation processes. We aspire to be transparent in all our undertakings. Hence, we have with us today a very influential and very special guest, Dr. Spencer Thomas. Dr. Spencer Thomas is the new appointed interim chairman of the college. He will seek to shed some light on the way forward with regards to the noble institution. Therefore, our topic today, we will be focusing on TAMCC leadership. And therefore, we would like to welcome Dr. Spencer Thomas. Welcome, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind welcome. Let me first express my appreciation for inviting me to be a guest on your show. And I'm also honored to have been asked to lead the college council at this time.
It is my pleasure to have you, Dr. Thomas, and I hope that we will have you in the future again as we continue our processes with TAMCC. However, Dr. Thomas, as the newest member of the council, what was your initial impression when you were appointed as head to lead this noble institution?
First, let me say I am the interim chairman. I've been appointed here for 1 year as we seek to a more permanent arrangement. It is now 2 months since, and I must say it was indeed a very packed and eventful period so far. Let me admit that when I entered the college, I did so with a measure of trepidation, given the challenges that I was told that lay ahead, and having no previous experience in governance of an academic institution. So while my initial impressions are positive, I do not doubt the enormity of the task that we have ahead. So yes, it was positive, but while we have a lot of work to do, I recognize that there is a commitment and willingness from many persons that I've spoken to so far to assist towards achieving the objectives of the college. So it was eventful, and I think we are on our way.
Awesome, Dr. Thomas. We look forward to working with you. You have really inspired us thus far to believe that there is hope for TAMCC in the future. And so we look forward to working with you. However, I know, based on my research, that you are a very knowledgeable person. You come with a wealth of knowledge and experience, and you are fully equipped within this role, given the fact that you have served on various boards, and currently you are also serving on other boards. Please share with us your story.
Well, I must admit that I have served and are serving on several boards, but none of those boards were named college or any form of academia. So indeed, it is new territory for me. And given the disruptions posed by COVID-19, I am quite sure that many were not adequately prepared for the magnitude of that disruption. So while the basic governance principles remain, I think there needs to be a deep dive, a deep thinking to safely navigate the college out of the pandemic and out of the associated crises that may follow the pandemic. So we must be clear with our business continuity planning. We need to engage, in my view, the best talent among us to help us to chart the way forward. I think that all talent, local talent, must be utilized, and we must look forward and look diligently to finding them and ask them to help us to assist in the way forward in this post-COVID-19 environment.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer. So many are expecting a lot from you, considering the past challenges with TAMCC. Tell us how you intend to approach those challenges and direct the way forward.
Well, first of all, I think we need to prioritize. We have to all agree that all issues are important, but in my view, focus is necessary. And again, I have to go back that I am the interim chair, 1 year. So we have to be focused on exactly what can be accomplished during that period. So during the first 2 months, I have listened to a lot of people. I've had meetings with the council, the committees, the senior management team, and many others. I've also received a lot of unsolicited advice and emails and telephone calls from various persons, all in a view to assist to get the college on a proper footing. So listening to everyone, I think we have come up with 5 priorities, and those priorities were all agreed by the council management, the senior management team, and the council itself, and several of the committees. The first issue has to do, in my view, with governance. Getting the governance right. We have a council, we have committees, we have boards, standing committees, we have the senior management team, we have the teachers, the unions, the students, and many key stakeholders, various key stakeholders. I think we need, first of all, to focus on rebuilding the trust, and wherever there is a trust deficit, to address it. We need to get all the organs of the community college working towards a common purpose. So that is, I think, is the first priority. The first priority is on looking at the governance system and trying to get the governance system right. The second priority, I think, will be sustainability. The sustainability of the college, ensuring that the business continuity plan that needs to be developed is fit for purpose as we go forward. We need to have an in-depth look at the finances and the options for the future. Of course, and I'm happy to indicate that the finance committee is now up and running with speed and alacrity to achieve the objectives of that committee and to fulfill its mandate. So I think this is, to me, another very important priority area. The third priority area will be, in my view, the communication with the general public and with all the stakeholders of the college. Communication protocols must be refined and defined and we need to involve all stakeholders. We must get information out to the public, and this is why I'm thanking you for this program, because I think it's a very important program in doing this. We must get people energized about the college. They must appreciate the value added of the college, and they must appreciate that the contribution that the college is making to national development. So I know we need to do a better job at our communication ideas. So that will be, in my view, the third priority area. The fourth priority area will be structural reforms. We need to look at the Principal Act and see where the instances the Act might be quite lazy given time as passed over it, and do something with the Principal Act. We may want to look at subsidiary legislation. But critically, we need to look at the policies, the rules, the guidelines, and the full strategic plan of the college. We need to review them, update them, and make them relevant to the times, make them fit for purpose. So I think that will be the fourth priority area. And the fifth priority area is enhanced programming, where we have all our existing projects and initiatives. We must focus on the quality of the education, the productivity enhancements, and to ensure that we have key performance indicators. We believe that given these 5 priority areas, we will be able to touch on many other priorities as we seek to define them. So the key performance indicators will be critical for us to see how we are achieving and monitor the achievement of those 5 priority areas as indicated. But as I indicated in terms of the approach, I am no Superman, so we have to work with others. I think it is important to respect the roles and responsibilities of everyone within the college community and to provide an environment where we will have high productivity among the various actors.
You were appointed at the role on June 3rd, 2020. As you rightly said, it's just about 2 months. And thus far, we want you to tell us, what are your successes? You would have mentioned your 5 strategic points, but on your 5 strategic points, and considering that you have a year, how far gone will you say you are in terms of your successes?
I think I could answer this question by referring to the typical refrain. So far, so good. I can say I'm happy to see that we have made some progress, but critically, I think I'm happy to see that there is a great buy-in to the 5 priority areas from the senior management team, from the council, the committee members themselves. They all have agreed that this will be maybe the best 5 priorities that we can have at the moment. And of course, we will work within the context of the strategic plan, which will elaborate even further some of those issues. But I'm happy to see that there is buy-in and ownership of the priorities. I'm happy also to see that there is some form of demonstration by many persons and a commitment and willingness to support the objectives of the college. So far so good, and the signs are very positive, and I think we have a lot of goodwill, which I hope will turn to very productive action to achieve the objectives of the college as we go forward.
I'm happy. Now, in keeping with the mandate of the institution, can you share with us your vision for the college? You would have mentioned your 5 priority areas, but as an individual of your status, you would understand that the college is an institution which would be a little bit different to that of the other boards that you are part of. In terms of putting everything together now, where do you see TAMCC in the future?
My vision for the college, I think, is basically the agreed vision of the college. So my vision is the vision of the college. The vision of the college speaks to a lot of things. It speaks to creativity. It speaks to productivity. It speaks to fulfilling lives, lifelong learning. It speaks to community enhancement, excellence and quality education. It speaks to the utilization of science and technology, and it speaks to a committed and productive environment, staff, senior management and governance issues and so on. So it speaks to that. And I think that will be my vision. So my vision has to be the vision of the college. And I think that has been agreed already. And I think there is no reason why we can't work towards fulfilling and achieving that vision. And if you look at the motto of the college, it says, taking you from where you are to where you want to go. I think that is fantastic. It is in Latin, and that is my understanding. This is the interpretation of the Latin, and I think is a very important concept, taking you from where you are to where you want to go. So first of all, I think we have to agree on where we are, and we need to determine where we want to go, and determine what is the pathway to get there. So I think, in my view, if we do that, we will have a place where the current and past students of TAMCC will be proud of their institution. The future students, the younger ones, will be aspiring to get to the institution. And the general community, the stakeholders, the public at large, will be energized by what they see happening in the college. We'll see the value added. We'll see the contribution made by the college to national development, and will want to be part of it. So that will be, in my view, the vision.
I can see that our audience are shaking their head looking at this program. And that has to do with the fact that the vision is so deep that if we are to achieve our vision in the way that it has been stated, as you have reiterated, Dr. Thomas, it will mean that we will definitely be the premier college that Dr. Braffett speaks of, and that we will also be able to leave a footprint out there within the community whereby we would be able to build our credibility again, and we would also be looked at as a trusted college. And I also look forward to that as part of the college community, as part of the college team, and I am also interested in ensuring that that is communicated to all, and that we work vigorously together to ensure that the community is very well informed as to what is happening at TAMCC. And that takes us to our sixth question, which I think you would have covered, but however, I would still give you a chance. If you have anything else that you want to share with regards to that, it has to do with the fact that you were appointed, and we wanted to know what your progress and accomplishments are thus far as your appointment to date.
I think it is important that it's not my progress, it's the progress of all within the community, and I think we are basically on a good platform and a good wicket at the moment, with the commitment and support that have been pledged by many, and I think we are able to, with that support, to achieve the objectives that we set out ourselves to. So I am optimistic that will happen in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Our seventh question, it says, it is not business as usual. And I know that you will agree with me. And the fact that it's not business as usual, we have seen in evidence that the world has become a global village. Now, with such, how do you intend to keep TAMCC relevant in this digital age?
I think we have to start from our strategic plan, and we have to revise and review the strategic plan given the new environment. So I've earlier referred to the business continuity plan of the college. I think we have no choice than to infuse digital technologies within that plan. We have seen already that the vision has clearly indicated science and technology utilization is part of the vision of the college. And that has been elaborated several years ago. So that it is clear that to me that we have to do something about the digital environment, ensuring that the infrastructure is in place to achieve that direction. So in other words, we need to have software and hardware equipped college. The human resource capacity in the college must be geared in that particular direction. The systems and processes of the college must be equipped in that direction. That digital transformation agenda must be part of the college business continuity plan. We must be relevant to the times. What we see happening here is working from home, schooling from home, online learning. We've seen that happening all over the globe in a globalized village. We don't have to remake the wheel in many areas. We just need to look to see what is happening by other similar institutions around the globe. And at least while we can also develop our own systems and processes, which is germane to our environment, we need to see what is happening out there and also benefit and profit from what is happening out there in the digital environment. We have no choice, and there is no turning back. And I think the college needs to have that infrastructure to ensure that it is fit for purpose going for digital age.
Dr. Spencer, you are so right. Now everything around us is about online learning. It opens up now for more opportunities for persons seeking education, which means that TAMCC can no longer remain where it is, because in order for TAMCC to be relevant, we need to ensure that we can meet the needs of our customers and our clients and persons who are seeking education. Therefore, online learning has to be now the password for TAMCC if we really want to remain relevant, considering the COVID times. Persons no longer want to leave the comfort of their homes to go out there to be exposed to any kind of infection or disease, and as a result of that, we can actually leverage on having much more persons in a similar platform, considering that we lack space within TAMCC at the moment if we were to accommodate everyone who's interested in acquiring education. So I do agree with you, and I do look forward to see TAMCC grow into the online digital age. Now, as we have come to close to the end program, Dr. Thomas, I would like to give you an opportunity to share anything else outside of what I would have directed within the questions, whether you want to direct it to students, to staff, to the community at large. However you feel, I'm giving you that opportunity now to address our audience as they view this program.
Okay, well, first of all, let me say that I have, with respect to your previous question, I had listened to 2 webinars in recent time. One was delivered by the president of Howard University on the invitation of Cipriani Village, where the president have gone through a whole series of initiatives on that level where to really address the question of digital transformation and the digital economy. I think that was very instructive and very useful for us to look at. I've also taken part, I listened to a webinar again on the issue of digital transformation by the same college where the Honorable Prime Minister of Grenada made his presentation. And again, a lot of the issues that will be necessary for the college to go forward, he has been in his statement. I was very happy that we will have the highest level buy-in into where we are trying to go. Of course, I know that he is the minister responsible for Prime Minister head responsible for science and technology. And some of the pronouncements he made during that presentation are very, very relevant to the direction in which the colleges will have to go inevitably over the next period. But in my final final statement will be basically, I will first like to express my thank you to my predecessors, the former council chairman over the years, all the council members, the committee members, the senior management team, and administration of the college, the entire community for what they have done and the contributions they have made over the many years since the college was in existence. I think we need to express our deep gratitude and appreciation for the hard work and effort that they have taken over the years. And I believe I would like to conclude by looking at the present situation of the community college and ask the general public to play whatever role that they can to ensure that the college is fit for purpose going forward. Any contribution they can make and to really be a guardian to the college as we seek to achieve a better environment for the younger ones to follow.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. You have shared quite a lot with us. It has been a wealth of information that we really appreciate. I'm sure our audience are now feeling a little bit more confident, more comfortable, looking forward to what is going to happen with TAMCC, and also they are going to also be our looking eye to ensure that these things are going to come into fruition. And because of that, we just want to thank you for your leadership. We want to thank you for your continued commitment, and we look forward to working with you. However, before ending our program, we just would like to make a few announcements. And our first announcement has to do with registration for year one going into year two. And we are proud to say that out of all the announcements that I will be making today, the most of them are totally online. And so we are definitely making progress. And we really want to continue to thank our team, our staff, and everyone who continue to ensure that we are relevant within these times. And so to start registration, we want our year ones going into year two to start preparing. You may until now until August 14th to make your payment for your next year. And so we want you to make your payment at the TAMCC campus on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we want you to ensure that after you would have made your payment, that you be vigilant to ensure that you receive your information to continue moving on. Now, after making your payment, you have to make contact with either your academic advisor or your dean or the chair of your department to ensure that you communicate with them that you have paid. They will also send you information as it relates to you doing your online registration. So we are no longer going to have physical face-to-face registration. We are going to process everything online. Now, if you have any form of difficulty whatsoever, we want you to contact Mrs. Mava Boy Neptune, who is the registrar of TAMCC, or Mrs. Nerissa Jilks, and you will get assistance as it relates to paying for your tuition. If after paying for your tuition you notice that you have not received an email, we want you to make contact with the help desk all tamcc.edu.gd. There may be persons who may have difficulties with the email, and you may need to reset your password to ensure that your email address is functional and that you receive all messages from TAMCC. Moving forward, you will have to get your course outline. You will get that through your email, your course schedule. And your course schedule, you will have to be responsible to ensure that what you would have registered for is on your course schedule. If for any reason you notice that there are discrepancies, we need you to make contact. Make contact with online or your chair or your academic advisor or Mrs. Marva Boy Neptune to ensure that you have that rectified. Now, that is one of the drawbacks with online. Online, you are responsible for your movements. Therefore, we need you to ensure that you check, double check, recheck to ensure that all information is accurate. Persons with progress reports. Your progress reports would also be emailed to you. If for any reason you are aware that you have problems with your email address, as I would have mentioned, send an email to helpdesk@tamcc.edu.gd so that you will be assisted with your progress report. Graduation. Now, a lot of persons are asking, what is happening with graduation? Because normally graduation is in July. We are now in August. We are going to have a Zoom graduation, and that will be on October 29, 2020. Therefore, we are encouraging students who are looking forward to graduation to be vigilant as well, because there will be a graduation list coming out and you want to ensure that your name is on the graduation list. If by any chance it's not there, we also need you to contact the school to double check. Application for new students, it's online. You want to go onto the website, onto www.tamcc.edu.gd. At the top right hand corner, you will see which is apply now. When you click apply now, you will be able to fill out a form electronically and submit. However, before doing that, you would also have to make payment of $100 to the TAMCC cash office, which is on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And you will use that receipt to upload with your application as an attachment. We want you to write your name on your receipt as well so that we can make comparison with your receipt and also your application. Now, transcript request. You can request your transcript online as well using the website, and you will be able to fill out your transcript request form and submit. In addition to that, you have a fee of $50 for transcript requests. We want you to also make payment, upload your receipt. So it's very simple. Make payment, fill out your form, upload, and then you will get whatever you would have requested for. Moving on. We would have mentioned in our last program that we are having a talent extravaganza coming up. That was planned by the Writers Club of TAMCC, and we want you to support. It's free. It's a Zoom platform. It's on August 8th, which is Saturday, coming from 7 p.m. Students would be sharing poems, songs, drama, music, spoken word, etc. And so we are encouraging you to be a part. Come support the students as they share their written work. Moving on. We want you to be reminded of that concert again, just to ensure that you don't forget. We want you to check our Facebook page as frequent as possible. We are going to put up the Zoom link there. You will be able to click on the Zoom link and access the concert from Friday. So we are going to put up the link on Friday. It's a little bit more to access the link on Saturday. Online applications, don't forget. On our next program, we are going to have our registrar, which is Mrs. Marva Boy Neptune. She will educate us a little bit more as to what is happening with the registration process, graduation, etc. We've also promised you in the past that we are going to have a press conference, which we intend to do very soon. So continue listening, continue looking out for our updates. We are going to update you on our way forward with TAMCC. So we want to thank you for being part of our program today. Unlock your potential. Remember, we take Dr. Spencer where you are to where you want to go. I am your host, Christina Swanawaga, and we want to thank Dr. Spencer again for being part of our program today. And we would like to continue to have Dr. Spencer on our programs moving forward so that he will give us updates as to what is happening with TAMCC. And as we move forward, we want to thank you, audience, for listening to our program today. Have a blessed day.
Remember, if you have flu symptoms, do the right thing and stay at home to avoid giving it to others. Remember, you can be infectious up to a week after developing symptoms, so rest up and take it easy.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
TA Marischal Community College says COVID-19 protocols will be adopted when classes resume next week. We'll have details to this story and more in the National Report. With the details to the news for Thursday, September 10th, 2020, I'm Delroy Lauzon. The TA Marischal Community College has announced that classes will resume from Tuesday, September 15th for the second-year students. The island's lone tertiary institution, like all other institutions, was closed in March as the government implemented measures to deal with the impact of COVID-19. During a press conference on Thursday, Registrar of the college, Marva Bowen Neptune, said while Year 2 students will resume classes next week, Year 1 students will commence in the first week of October. The late start is as a result of a delay in CXC results.
On the 22nd of September, unofficially, results, we would have CXC results. And so from the week of the 22nd, that would be from the 23rd, the Year 1 students, they're not prospective students who apply to the college, they would we would have them registered, pay for the year. The format for that we would inform you shortly, because we cannot do it like we did it before. So we would do it on a phase basis. So within that week, you would be coming to the college to do your advising, and we would let you know how we would do your registration, so that we want to keep the COVID protocols, we want to keep that in check.
Dean of the School of Applied Arts and Technology, Malicia John, says the college will adopt health protocols as approved by the Ministry of Health. Screening will be conducted at each campus daily.
There will be a screening process at every campus. Temperature checks will be conducted on everyone at the entrance to every campus. Persons exhibiting elevated temperatures will not be allowed to enter the campus, but rather will be directed to seek medical attention. Anyone presenting flu-like or COVID symptoms prior to being in the college will remain at home. The important thing here is to communicate. There needs to be open communication to ensure that everyone remains in the information circle. If anyone, however, begins presenting the above symptoms after arriving at the Tantin campus, that person will immediately call the campus nurse and initiate a process of moving from post to a specially assigned COVID sick bay for assessment by the nurse.
TAMCC will hold its annual graduation ceremony on October 29th. Room stock in Carriacou will increase next year with the addition of the Casada Bay Resort. In Phase 1, 2 3-bedroom units and a restaurant and bar will be constructed. Project manager Sterling Hennessy says while COVID-19 has negatively impacted the construction sector, plans are well in place for the completion of Phase 1, guided by government's set protocols.
We're beginning to start 30 two-bedroom units. They'll just be 2 bedrooms with showers, no kitchens, chalet type. We originally had been hoping by Christmas, but with COVID and delay in equipment and so on, I think we could add another 6 months to that with shipping in materials and such. But other than that, our first stage here, we're getting close to having first stage go, and then we'll continue on with the rooms. Well, the first stage would be the restaurant and bar, as you can see behind. The bar is almost completed, again waiting for equipment. And that was our goal, to get this part completed first and then continue on with the rooms.
Hennessy says Casada Bay Resort Limited will target both long-term and short-term visitors locally, regionally, and internationally, offering top quality and upscale accommodation.
The houses, we have people looking for long-term from other countries. With the chalets and so on, I believe that our market hopefully is going to come from Grenada and surrounding areas, maybe some of the other Caribbean islands. Like I say, our chef house is coming to completion, along with 2 houses below are almost complete. And we get the equipment in for the kitchen and bar, which we're trying to work on now. All those companies have been shut down that build that equipment. So it's just a matter of when that equipment can come. We're ready for it.
The resort will also target the cruising and yachting sector with the incorporation of a mooring field for live aboard yachters and cruisers, a proposal which has been presented to the government of Grenada and awaits approval, Hennessy noted. The second phase of the project entails the construction of 15 two-bedroom units, which will come on stream in mid-2021 and will generate additional employment in Carriacou. This is the National Report. The news will continue in just a moment.
Protect yourself and our community from COVID-19. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with at least 70% alcohol. Use a tissue when blowing your nose, sneezing, or coughing. Immediately discard the tissue properly and wash or sanitize your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Let's do our part to ensure that each and every Grenadian remains healthy. To stay up to date, visit the Government of Grenada's webpage or the Ministry of Health's Facebook page. For more information, contact the Ministry of Health's hotline by calling 53-VIRUS. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by the Ministry of Health.
Welcome back. Grenada joined the rest of the world to recognize Suicide Prevention Day on Thursday. Suicide is the act of intentionally causing one's death and can occur as a result of mental illness, stress, depression, among other causes. Grenada has recorded 6 suicides so far for 2020. Police Constable Samson Sylvester said the statistic is not a true reflection of what is really happening, since many attempts are not reported to the police force.
So far for 2020, we have a total of 6 suicides in the state of Grenada, recorded suicides in the state of Grenada, 6. And attempted suicide, we have a total of 4. And those are only the recorded stats. We have not taken into consideration stats that has not been reported to the police. And if you look at the latency, that is actions being done and not being reported, we tend to realize that the numbers would be much higher. For the suicide-related deaths, we have, as I said, 6, and we only have 4 reported or recorded attempted suicide so far for the year.
In a message to observe the day, Minister for Social Development Honorable Delma Thomas highlighted some of the intervention programs in her ministry. She encouraged Grenadians to avoid discriminating against people with mental illness.
The topic of suicide and suicide prevention deserve particular attention, and our ministry has taken some bold steps to address this plaguing social problem. We have employed a cadre of professional counselors and clinical psychologists who can offer both therapeutic and crisis intervention, as well as psychoeducation services to persons contemplating suicide or suffering from mental illness. Suicide is usually associated with some form of mental illness or psychotic break. I would like to use this opportunity to appeal, as I have done in the past. Let us work towards ending the discrimination and stigma surrounding mental illness. There is a very fine line that separates the sane from the insane.
The day was observed under the theme Working Together to Prevent Suicide. And finally in the news, one rural farmer is commending the Ministry of Agriculture for its role in assisting in the procurement of security devices, which have been beneficial to the operations on his farms. Bertrand John, who has been farming for more than 30 years, says the device has helped to provide a breakthrough in a predial larceny case. John, who cultivates over 30 acres of land, has lost more than $200,000 in crops over the past few years as a result of predial larceny. Though this act can become a disincentive to the investments made by farmers, he is optimistic that the devices can help lessen the occurrence of the crime.
It's really difficult for farmers to have to be in the field 24/7. Not working, but basically monitoring to see if you have any thieves or those kind of thing. This is a waste of time. So I'm advising farmers that they should be using science and technology to monitor the field, rather than they themselves being present. Because by implementing security devices on our farm, we are able to watch people get in and get out of our farm. So this have helped in a marked way, in a big way.
The procurement of security devices for farmers forms part of the ministry's efforts to curb theft in the agricultural sector. The ministry has also partnered with the Predial Larceny Department of the Royal Grenada Police Force to develop the Predial Larceny 24-hour hotline that serves local farmers. The ministry is moving to classify soursop as a specially protected produce as it aims to create a licensing regime under the Predial Larceny Act and establish a predial larceny management unit that can mitigate the adverse effects of predial larceny on food security generally and apply stiffer penalties. The general public is reminded that predial larceny is a crime and is advised to call the nearest police station or hotline 300 or 435-0300 to report any instances of the offense. That story concludes the national report for Thursday, 10th September 2020. Recapping the headline, T.A. Marichaud Community College says COVID-19 protocols will be adopted when classes resume next week. That's all from us here at the newsroom. On behalf of all who made this newscast possible, management and staff of the Government Information Service, I'm Delroy Louison, thanking you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Hey man, what happened to you?
Boy, cancer one. Cancer got with our next one.
Cancer? Who is cancer? And who you go with?
Who is cancer? Boy, don't even here. Boy, cancer is a disease caused by too much abnormal cells in a part in the body. That cancer is a real killer.
Yeah? Cancer should be in prison? But, by the way, who cancer kill?
Mr. Jellan last son.
You mean Jackson? Oh, and he was so young and never thought cancer does kill young people so.
But cancer is no respect of age, race, gender, nothing.
You're telling me? I hear you talk over 25 different types of cancer.
Like, cancer then style now? Cancer more popular than them damagings and them?
And from what I research, early detection, exercise, and healthy eating is your best chance of fighting against this terrible disease.
Let's intensify our fight against cancer. Regular screening, constant exercising, and healthy eating habits are the key to winning the battle against cancer.
The Small Business Development Fund is committed to providing support for your small business in these challenging times. We've upgraded our loan resources to ensure that your small business continues to thrive. Get business loans up to $40,000 with an unsecured limit of $10,000. Small businesses in agriculture, fisheries, and agro-processing will receive our unbeatable reduced interest rate of 3%. Get financial assistance for your small business today. Contact us at 459-0773 or via email at info.sbdf@gmail.com. The Small Business Development Fund, providing continued support for small businesses through the government of Grenada.
Hidden among the ranches and rolling hills in the northern part of Denton County, Texas, the remains of more than 400 people lie in an overgrown cemetery. And even though it was abandoned and forgotten a long time ago, a few headstones can still be found. But most of the graves in this place never had a marker to begin with. That's because the people who were buried in them were considered to be property, not much different than a horse or a mule. This is where slaves were buried. Hello, my name is Marcus Lloyd.
And I'm Michelle Renee. We thank you for joining us. If you are African American, you and I will always be connected to the people whose bodies lie in that cemetery. Our ancestors may have worked alongside of them in the same cotton fields. They could have been bought and sold at the same auction houses or had chains hammered around their necks by the same overseer. Some of them may have even been hunted down by the same slave catcher or whipped by the same master.
For almost 250 years, our people were held in bondage. And today, this period of history has come to be known by an ancient Swahili word. It's called the Maafa. And it began when the first Africans were shackled to the bottom of a slave ship. But the irony is that it did not end when the slaves were freed. In fact, it hasn't ended yet. And as you're about to see, a hidden racial agenda is keeping the Maafa alive into the 21st century.
What shall be done with the 4 million slaves if they are emancipated? This question has been answered and can be answered in many ways. Primarily, it is a question less for man than for God, less for human intellect than for the laws of nature to solve. Our answer is, do nothing with them. Mind your business and let them mind theirs. Your doing with them is their greatest misfortune. They have been undone by your doings, and all they now ask and really have need of at your hands is just to let them alone. Frederick Douglass, 1862.
It is the stupidity of man to think that he can do evil, even some monstrous evil, and it won't have any backlash on himself. But of course, it seldom works that way, and the moment he figures that out, he starts looking for a way to avoid the repercussions of what he's done. This is what happened with slavery. In the early 1800s, as it began to look like the end of slavery might be on the horizon, white America started to be concerned that a day of reckoning was coming. The primary fear for the average person was of retribution and insurrection, and that was a reasonable fear. After all, it's illogical to think that you can do to a whole group of people what was done to African Americans and think that they will just take it lying down forever. And of course, there were things like the Nat Turner uprisings. But for the wealthy elite, their fears went beyond things like insurrection. They were worried about the financial impact. Remember, it was not just the cotton plantations that profited from slavery. Whether you're talking about the banks or the insurance companies, the railroads, even the newspapers, the fact is that almost every aspect of the American economy was at some level or another invested in the slave business. You also need to recognize that for the wealthy elitists who controlled this system, slaves were an asset as long as they were slaves. But at the moment they are set free, they become a liability. And what the elite knew was that the end of slavery would instantly release 4 million people into the economy who had been kept uneducated and effectively unemployable anywhere but the cotton field. And what they were concerned about was that this was going to bankrupt the American economy. Taxes were going to go through the roof to take care of these people. Crime was going to be rampant. The prisons were going to be flooded. There was going to be this population overrun. And in the North, the biggest fear was migration from the South of these black people. The other fear that these people had was intermarriage between blacks and whites would lead to a loss of racial purity. The question was, what were they going to do about it? And their initial thought was that they would just send all the slaves back to Africa. This plan was called colonization, and it had broad support among the wealthy elite. In fact, the American Colonization Society was even funded by the United States Congress. But in the end, colonization proved to be unworkable, and the idea was eventually scrapped. But about that same time, a new philosophy was emerging in the world. It was called eugenics, and for some, it seemed like the perfect solution to what had become known as the Negro dilemma.
I do not join in the belief that the African is our equal in brain or in heart. And I believe that if we can, in any fair way, possess ourselves of his services, we have an equal right to utilize them to our advantage. Francis Galton, 1857.
Francis Galton is known as the father of eugenics. He actually coined the phrase eugenics. So he believed in trying to increase those he felt were superior in stock and decrease those he felt were inferior. Francis Galton came from a very wealthy family, a family that made its wealth from the slave trade. And what a lot of people don't know is that Francis Galton was a cousin to Charles Darwin. Francis Galton took Charles Darwin's philosophies and ideas and thoughts, and he actually put them into practice, and that's what we know today as eugenics. Eugenics and evolution are related in that they both see what they consider to be the highest form of primate, such as the gorilla, as almost indistinguishable from what they consider the lowest form of human, the African and Aborigine.
At some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. The break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of as now between the Negro or Australian and the gorilla. Charles Darwin, 1890.
Charles Darwin is very well known for writing The Origin of Species in the 1800s. This book gave rise to evolutionary theory. What people don't know is that there was actually a longer original title to this book, and that was On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. Now, copies and editions that they made afterwards eliminated that phrase about the favored races. Evidently, they understood then that it was politically incorrect.
Some may defend Francis Galton because eventually that he rejected slavery, but they do point out that all of his wealth did derive from the slave trade, but also it needs to be known that he, as well as other eugenists, did not reject slavery until after it had ended. And they could not any longer exploit blacks legally. So at that point, it would have been quite easy for he and his cohorts to reject slavery. I think this is a point that we all have to really realize, that the eugenics movement was not invented by the everyday average white American, but by a select group of wealthy white elitists that had often used this ideology to pit all of white America against black America. And so we see that indeed that truly is the case even to this day.
Average Negroes possess too little intellect, self-reliance, and self-control to make it possible for them to sustain the burden of any respectable form of civilization without a large measure of external guidance and support. Francis Galton, 1873.
Eugenicists believed that Africans were inferior not just mentally, but physically, and that left to themselves, left alone, they would not make it. The problem is, it didn't work. With that failure, the eugenicists moved on to what is known as positive eugenics. In positive eugenics, the eugenicists wanted the white population to reproduce, to have so many children that it overwhelmed the black population. But that didn't work either. Next, they moved on to what they called negative eugenics. They knew that they could not round up all the blacks in the nation and execute them, so they decided to create an environment where they would convince the blacks to severely limit the number of children they were going to have, and thereby commit race suicide.
The problem of the socially fit must be treated not as one of color, but as a problem of the spread of feeble-mindedness. Dr. Charles Davenport, 1913, director of the Eugenics Record Office, Cold Spring Harbor, New York, and co-founder of the American Eugenics Society.
The eugenics realized that they could not promote their agenda simply because they knew it would be viewed as politically incorrect and socially unacceptable. So what they did was use code words that were once successful in slavery, terms such as feeble-minded, unfit, words such as imbecile, immoral, criminal. They tagged those labels upon the targeted community. These words were less inflammatory, so it let society more or less not be totally alarmed of the original intent, but deep down inside, I believe everyone truly knew what segment of society and what people they were actually talking about.
Even a cursory glance at the charts, photographs, and diagrams used to popularize eugenic ideals reveals that the unfit were swarthy, black, and ugly by Anglo-Saxon standards, with flattened noses, wiry hair, and prognathous profiles. Harriet Washington, author, Medical Apartheid.
In the early 20th century, the white elitists who made up the eugenics movement were no longer just philosophers and academics. Now they were industrialists and billionaires who had come to embrace a worldview that was essentially identical to the eugenics movement. The same individuals and corporations who had once made millions on the backs of slaves were now willing to spend millions to get rid of them. But that didn't mean that these guys were interested in being public crusaders for the eugenics movement. They were certainly willing to be the brains and the money behind it, but they would hire crusaders to do the dirty work. And the primary one they settled upon was a woman named Margaret Sanger. She was the founder of the American Birth Control League and the publisher of its newsletter, the Birth Control Review. On a practical level, the relationship between Sanger and these elitists was basically a marriage of convenience. In order to advance their common agendas, they needed a front man and she needed money. And the whole thing would be held together by this kind of bizarre obsession with race and class. The result was that the American Birth Control League became the driving force behind the American eugenics movement. Eugenics would no longer just be a philosophy. Sanger and others like her were going to put it into practice.
We are paying for and even submitting to the dictates of an ever-increasing, unceasingly spawning class of human beings who never should have been born at all. Margaret Sanger, 1922.
The laws of nature require the obliteration of the unfit, and human life is valuable only when it is of use to the community or race. Madison Grant, 1916, co-founder, American Eugenics Society.
The black man has never been a competitor, but has always been subservient to the white race. And just so long as he remains subservient, his position is secure. And just so soon as he becomes a competitor, his fate is sealed. Dr. Benjamin Hayes, eugenicist, 1905.
The American Birth Control League was wise enough to get their program of population control across by using what had worked in the past, the same code words that had established the institution of slavery and that was also used by the early eugenics movement was once again used by the American Birth Control League. The Margaret Sangers of those days did not come out and say they were trying to eliminate black people. What they did say, they were trying to rid society of the feeble-minded. They were trying to rid the society of the criminal. Well, she was successful simply because of her eugenics friends for the past 50 years had put those labels on minorities and African Americans, and therefore society was more or less desensitized. In effect, the code words hid the agenda of Margaret Sanger and the eugenists. At that time, they did shift over to what they call the quality of life. It was a philosophy unquestionably used to target the poor simply because what the quality of life at its core meaning was that poor people really didn't have a reason to live. Only the white, those with status, had any chance of a meaningful or purposeful life. The solution for the poor now was not to eliminate the circumstances that would cause poverty. Their solution now was to eliminate the poor, eliminate the impoverished, and just wipe them off the face of the earth.
The practice of birth control among the majority of colored people would probably be more eugenic than among their white compatriots. The dissemination of the information of birth control should have begun with this class, rather than with the upper social and economic classes of white citizens. Walter Terpening, Birth Control Review, 1932.
In virtually every community where Negroes dwell, one finds them in fat times and lean alike, contributing a disproportionate number to the roles of the dependents and delinquents. They make excessive demands on the white man's charity and overtax his patience. Newell Sims, Birth Control Review, 1932.
Author Madison Grant was a co-founder of the American Eugenics Society and an officer of the New York Zoological Society. In 1906, he had authorized an exhibit at the Bronx Zoo in which a 22-year-old African named Ota Benga was displayed in a cage in the monkey house. Sharing the cage with Benga was an orangutan.
When a local clergyman protested the exhibit, he said that it was clearly intended to be a demonstration of Darwin's theory of evolution. Local proponents of Darwinism apparently agreed and labeled the display educational. 10 years after this event, Ota Benga committed suicide.
During Hitler's regime, the Germans were supplied with elaborate charts and complicated theses supposedly proving the superiority of the German people. It is interesting to note that at the bottom of these charts were the colored people of the world, most conspicuously, the black people. Floyd McKissick, National Director, Congress of Racial Equality, 1967.
An often overlooked fact about the German Holocaust is that the Nazis did not simply target the Jewish population. They went after the black community as well. Under the threat of being sent to concentration camps if they did not cooperate, Afro-German citizens were not only forced to undergo sterilization themselves, they were also required to turn over their children for sterilization. In his book Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler explained the motivation behind such programs.
The Jews were responsible for bringing Negroes into the Rhineland. It suits the purpose of the cool, calculating Jew who would use this means of introducing a process of bastardization in the very center of the European continent, and, by infecting the white race with the blood of an inferior stock, would destroy the foundations of its independent existence. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf.
The Nazi attitude toward blacks was clearly defined in a 1944 book by Robert Ley, who was the head of the German Labor Front. Ley characterized the Jewish race as a disease-riddled parasite that had been created by unnatural inbreeding between white men and the racially inferior Negro. He described the result as a racial swamp that would eventually destroy the natural superiority of the Aryan race. Another Nazi publication described blacks as African brutes who had not been tamed even by centuries of slavery. It went on to say that any effort to assimilate people of African descent into civilized society was a waste of time, and that the lynchings of blacks in America did not merit any regret.
Since World War II, it has been well documented that Adolf Hitler was profoundly influenced by the American eugenics movement, and that many of his government's racial policies were actually developed from the writings of American eugenicists like Madison Grant and Harry Laughlin. In fact, Hitler referred to Grant's book, The Passing of the Great Race, as his Bible.
Meanwhile, American eugenicists were routinely praising Hitler and holding up the Nazi eugenics program as a model for the United States to copy.
The leader of the German nation, Adolf Hitler, has been able to construct a comprehensive racial policy of population development and improvement. The difference between the Jew and the Aryan is as unsurmountable as that between black and white. Germany has set a pattern which other nations must follow. Dr. Clarence Gordon Campbell, 1935, President, Eugenics Research Association, New York.
Among those American eugenicists who most strongly supported the Nazis was a member of the American Eugenics Society, a director of the American Birth Control League, and a writer for the Birth Control Review. His name was Lothrop Stoddard.
As an avowed racist, Stoddard was the author of a book called The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, which was widely promoted by the Ku Klux Klan. In another book, The Dragon and the Cross, Stoddard was identified as the exalted Cyclops of the Massachusetts chapter of the Klan.
Non-white races must be excluded from America. The red and black races, if left to themselves, revert to a savage or semi-savage state in a short time. Lothrop Stoddard, Director, American Birth Control League.
On the 19th of December, 1939, During a 4-month stay in Germany, Stoddard was given a personal meeting with both Adolf Hitler and the man who would eventually be in charge of the Nazi Holocaust, SS leader Heinrich Himmler.
Later, when a course on race was introduced at Halle University in Germany, its instructor stated that it would be modeled on the philosophies of American eugenicists, including Lothrop Stoddard. Eventually, Stoddard's racial views would even be featured in Nazi school textbooks.
The white race divides into 3 main subspecies: the Nordics, the Alpines, and the Mediterraneans. All 3 are good stocks, ranking in genetic worth well above the various colored races. Lothrop Stoddard, Director, American Birth Control League.
To eliminate blacks from Germany, one of the people Hitler called on was a eugenicist who had once written that blacks are an inferior race of savages who should only be allowed to survive as long as they are of use to the Aryan race. His name was Eugen Fischer, and about 20 years earlier, he had been one of the leaders of a system of concentration camps in southwestern Africa, where blacks were rounded up to be executed, experimented on, or held as free labor. Under Hitler, Fischer would serve on committees that planned the sterilization of all blacks in countries that came under German control. He would also be one of the first Nazi scientists to become publicly affiliated with the Carnegie-funded eugenics laboratory in Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Eventually, Fischer would also be put in charge of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, which was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. It was here that many of the Nazi programs for creating racial purity were developed.
In 1927, Margaret Sanger organized the World Population Conference in Geneva, Switzerland, and gave it front-page coverage in her birth control review. The events program shows that several of its attendees were colleagues of Sanger's from the American eugenics movement. It also documents that among those who were given a leadership role in the conference was Eugen Fischer, the man who would eventually lead the Nazi effort to eradicate blacks from Europe.
Another American eugenicist with Nazi connections was Harry Laughlin. Now, he was an official with both the American Eugenics Society and the American Birth Control League, and in 1928, his plan for using forced sterilization to eliminate those who might produce what he called degenerate offspring was published in the Birth Control Review. In 1936, Laughlin led an effort to distribute the English language version of a Nazi eugenics film to audiences in the northeastern part of the United States. He had acquired the rights to the film from the Race Policy Office of the Nazi Party and, with the help of 2 other American eugenics organizations, had mailed literature to biology teachers at 3,000 U.S. high schools, urging them to show it in their classrooms. Later that year, Laughlin was praised in a Nazi newspaper and awarded an honorary degree from the University of Heidelberg for his contributions to the Nazi eugenics effort.
In the 1930s, a German psychiatrist named Ernst Rudin was named president of the International Federation of Eugenics in Cold Spring Harbor, New York, which was funded by the Carnegie Corporation. And in 1933, his call for racial purity was published in the Birth Control Review.
Later, Rudin would be chosen by Hitler to write Germany's eugenics laws, and at one point, he personally helped the Gestapo round up and sterilize several hundred blacks, who they referred to as Rhineland bastards. After the war, Rudin would be identified as one of the architects of the barbaric medical experiments that the Nazis carried out in their concentration camps.
It may be possible that Hitler actually got the idea for concentration camps while studying the American eugenics movement. In 1919, the state of Indiana had allocated $300,000 to create a work colony in the city of Butlerville, where those who were labeled feeble-minded would be incarcerated. Then in 1932, Margaret Sanger called for the United States government to set aside farms and open spaces where certain groups of people would be segregated from the rest of society. She proposed that, among others, the illiterate, the unemployed, and the poor should be forcibly kept in these areas until they developed what she called better moral conduct.
It was later discovered that under the Indiana program, the state was allowed to label someone feeble-minded if they were poor or did not do well in school, or if the state considered them to be shiftless or have insufficient moral judgment. But it's important to understand that this Indiana campaign was not unlike those in other states. For example, a eugenics project conducted in Massachusetts during the late 1920s proposed sterilization for young girls who were diagnosed as defective, which could include being unwed and pregnant, financially poor, or if the state labeled them socially undesirable. In addition, boys as young as 14 could be castrated for showing signs of kleptomania or for exhibiting what was described as solitary behavior.
In a single incident during 1935, the Nazis sterilized the children of over 600 German women because it was reported that those children had been fathered by black men.
When news of this reached the United States, a member of the American Eugenics Society named Walter Ashby Plecker wrote a letter to the German Bureau of Human Betterment and Eugenics, praising them for the action and expressing his hope that not one child had been missed. 10 years earlier, Plecker had written that the black population was the greatest problem and most destructive force which confronts the white race and American civilization.
Eugenics goals are most likely attained under a name other than eugenics. Frederick Osborne, president and founding member of the American Eugenics Society.
By the late 1930s and early 1940s, revelations about Nazi and fascist atrocities in Europe were causing the public to become increasingly uncomfortable with terms like eugenics and population control. This alarmed the leaders of the American Birth Control League, who were aware that this shifting attitude could impact both their ability to implement their racial agenda and their ability to raise funds. They were also aware that the connections between the American Birth Control League and the Nazis were starting to become known. Marketing research had shown them that in this environment, they needed to move away from words like control in favor of less threatening words like planning. So in 1942, they changed the name of the organization. From then on,